Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hellfire. I am one of the members of the Highway Frogs Frogger community. And I'm here today with two very special people, one of which is Knee-Snap.
Hello, I'm Snap. I'm also from the Highway Frogs community, and I played a pretty key role in digitizing and preserving most of the data that we're going to be showing.
And we are also here with another very special guest, Andy Eater, who is a programmer on Frogger 2. Andy?
Hi all, thank you very much for inviting me along today. It's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to talking with you guys, and let's enjoy the show. Thank you.
So this is a bit of a more experimental stream for the Hidden Palace. I know that usually streams on here are kind of just a series of prototypes being shown, but we're going to be doing a little bit more of a deep dive, which is why we're kind of speaking, which is something that usually doesn't happen very much on Hidden Palace. We're going to be looking at a lot of things today. We've got not only prototypes, but also pretty much an entire development backup of a lot of the content that was associated with the development of Frogger 2. And this includes basically, we've got concept art, we've got 3D models, we've got development tools, we've got pretty much everything you could imagine under the sun. And we're going to be kind of talking about it and just taking a quick look at it. There's a lot to cover, so we're gonna kind of go over the key points here mostly. And of course, Andy is here too to provide some extra insight on anything that might be a little bit more complicated than we might think. So we're going to be monitoring chat. We also have a Discord server, which the link is currently visible on screen, as well as a website, highwayfrogs.net. And feel free to either message us in the Discord or in the chat if you've got a specific question or something that you'd like to see on the show. So with all that out of the way, I guess we should just get going. So I guess the first thing is the start of Frogger 2's development. I guess I've written down here that we want to kind of let Andy talk about the beginning of Frogger 2's development and how that kind of came to be initially.
Yeah, I have some documents that I want to show for the beginning of Frogger 2's development. But since Andy was there from the start, I'm wondering if there's anything that Andy wants to say to just kind of introduce Frogger 2, maybe how it started, what he remembers about the start of development, etc. If you don't have anything, that's fine. I can move on to documents, but that's kind of what I had in mind there.
Yeah, sure. Well, it was quite an interesting start from my point of view. I joined the Oliver Twins at Interactive Studios. Frogger 2 would be my first game as a professional game developer. And I arrived day one back in, I think it'd be June or July 1998. So I feel this may be maybe before some of you guys were even born. It's a long time ago. But yeah, I turned up day one, and My brief for the work that I would be tasked with was to create a 3D engine for a Nintendo 64 game. That game being Frogger 2. Now, early days, it was very early days. There was nobody else on the team at this point. Glover 1 for Nintendo 64 was approaching end of development. A lot of resources were on other projects, other demos, other games in development. So I literally spent probably, I don't know, a good 2 or 3 weeks just on my own, in an office on my own, getting familiar with the Nintendo 64 dev kit, and that was pretty much it. Due to the fact that there wasn't any free resource, the Oliver twins had to recruit pretty quickly, and that meant bringing in a lot of new people, new to the games industry. And so as the development team started to come together, it was quite a green team. So, like myself, I'd say that the majority of the team, perhaps 75, 80% of the team were green, as in, it was our first jobs in the games industry. So yeah, exciting new project. Frogger 2 was a game we were tasked to put together. And what I'll do at this point, I'll hand back to Nee actually to share some documents with you now. And obviously, I'm around to ask questions. Feel free to pop questions in the chat, or Nee, Hellfire, any of you guys, any questions, just fire them my way.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So if
Yeah.
we could maybe swap over the screen to knee snap.
Yeah, so right here, hopefully the video is pretty clear, but this document right here is one of the earliest documents from Frogger 2's development that we have. A lot of these documents were originally paper documents that had to be scanned and digitized, but we can see just immediately off the bat it's pretty early with stuff like the logo from Frogger 1 just pretty hastily photoshopped and to just slap a 2 on there. And this document is something of a design specification that gives a lot of information about the first, or about the second Frogger game, or a draft for it. But if we just kind of leaf through it, one thing that immediately pops out is that right from the start, they wanted to have a concept of spherical worlds in Frogger 2. And that's pretty similar to Mario Galaxy. And anybody who's played Frogger 2 knows that this is not what ended up happening in the final version. And in fact, these spherical worlds have been something of a legend in the Frogger community, where we knew for a long time that they existed, but never had any solid proof or anything beyond developer testimony. And so I don't exactly know entirely what I plan to do with these documents here. So I just kind of plan to just scroll through them fairly quickly. If anybody has any opinions on documents, like do let us know in chat, because I'm not entirely sure how to keep it interesting. But the end of the document ends up with just kind of trailing off, like it gets significantly less detailed, and then there's just a blank page, and that's the end. So yeah, that's that one. And then the next one gets significantly more detailed, having higher quality renders, no longer immediately cut off stuff, and we've got like sketches behind some of the pages, and it kind of details more of the plans for the game. And of course they're talking about stuff like how good their sales are. Is there a way to zoom so the document fills the entire screen? If I zoom in, we get something like this. I don't know if that's better or worse.
I would vote that that's way better.
Okay, way better. Then let's look at that. Yeah, we can see here like some of the very earliest concepts for what the characters would look like, and we have this very interesting design for somebody they're calling Miss Frogger, who may or may not have been inspired by something like Miss Pac-Man. Um,
Somebody in chat says, "Ooh la la."
yeah, and others. Somebody else asks that, or somebody else says that they have a question. Yeah, feel free to post your questions in chat, and we'll do our best to try and monitor it. Right here we have some concept screenshots, and these show, for example, the spherical worlds in roughly what they imagined gameplay would have looked like for them.
You know, it's interesting. Despite them being total mock-ups, they look like they totally could have been rendered in engine. Like they look
Yeah,
very,
exactly.
they look authentic, but they're most certainly renders.
It's kind of frustrating that those never made it into the final game because they are actual levels that were partially playable very early in development.
Yeah, we actually have some of the early development files of these spherical worlds that I hope to show very shortly. The what one of the things that's been mentioned in chat is diagonal split screen. Yeah, that was very much in consideration here, and they decided that it probably wasn't a great idea because while it would have worked on PC or PlayStation, it may not have been feasible on the N64.
And of course, the N64 version is something of kind of myth because in the past we've had maybe a handful of prototypes available to the public. I know that many, many years ago there was at least one N64 ROM floating around of the N64 build. So now we have a greater insight of the N64 version of this game, I would say, after, we go through everything we do today.
Yeah, significantly. And Andy here, you were a significant programmer on the N64 version, right?
Yeah, that's right. I was the lead programmer on the Nintendo 64 version, and it's a shame it got canned in the end. But I believe two of the ROMs that I created for Hasbro as part of the milestone deliverables for for our producer Kevin Mullard. They actually did get released as Hellfire mentioned there. They got released out into the public domain. I think early 2000s. Not entirely sure how they got out into the public, but they did, and they are floating around somewhere out there. I think the actual development carts also ended up on eBay. I think they've been sold around a couple of times as well.
Yeah. Well, we also have a couple N64 prototypes to showcase later here, and those are actually going to be quite interesting.
What's interesting about them, and not to spoil anything, is that they kind of evolve with the PlayStation title. And so, like, you can kind of see as it goes from these early iterations where everything is kind of unified between all the different platforms to the end of development where you're seeing like quite literally they're cramming like the music onto an N64 cart in a very similar fashion to like how Tony Hawk did it, where it's just kind of like chunks of sampled audio, and it's very interesting. But we'll be showing that off over time, and I've actually got one of the builds pulled up now if that's something we're interested in swapping to, or if
Sure.
people want to see more of this document.
Yeah, I want to ask first real quick. Do you guys want to move on to see some prototypes, or do you want to see another dev doc before we do that? Totally up to you guys.
I'm seeing more documents.
I am too. Okay, let's do another dev doc then, and we'll get to prototypes right after that. So this is the third revision of that document that we've been looking at, and it's one thing that immediately jumps out to me at least is the use of Comic Sans. I don't need to say anything more for that, but what we see is that they've started to come up with uh, the kind of flow of how the player would play through the game. So it would start like in the garden world, and then it would kind of branch into like 4 different paths. I'm not entirely clear on how exactly this branching would have worked. They
Nee, could you zoom in just like a little bit?
Oh
Sorry,
yeah,
it's it the stream
right,
compression is kind of wrecking the visibility. There we
yeah.
go.
Yeah, so it starts in the garden world, and then there would be some way where you could go to different worlds. Um, I'm not entirely clear on the details, but eventually it would all end up back in the Halloween world, and then there'd be a final super retro level, I guess. And in the final game, it doesn't work like that at all. It's a single. There is one level after another after another. There's no branching or anything like that.
I think it's also quite curious to consider like the game ending on a retro stage, as if that's like the final zone,
Yeah,
the ultimate I don't know, final destination.
I kind of wonder if if they were trying to flip Frogger 1 on its head, because Frogger 1, uh, the retro zone was the first zone in the previous game. So there are questions about that, like if they wanted to just do the opposite.
All the people who bought Frogger 1 to play the retro arcade classic are like, oh man, I gotta beat the game now.
So right here we have our first 2D level design, um, at least one that's put on paper. I think I might have cut out there for a second. But yeah, and we can see a lot of their ideas. Andy, do you remember what software was used to create these level designs?
I honestly I can't remember. I have a feeling it might have just been whatever version of Photoshop was around at the time. I don't think there's any particular specific tool used for it.
Okay. I
In fact, I tell a lie. I can't remember what it is. It was a tool called a vector tool, Corel Zara or something like that. Coral or
Yeah,
Corel? I can't remember exactly. It was a long time ago. But yeah,
that
it's
makes
Corel
sense.
Zara. Yeah.
I was
Ali,
thinking it was Zara Design, which we have some files later for that, which I think we're going to be able to show for the first time.
mhm.
I have not even seen them yet. We only got
Yeah.
the viewer working yesterday.
Oh, okay. Because I think the guy that came up with a lot of those designs that you're seeing there, I think that was Alex Rigby. He was a bit of a wizard, a bit of an expert when it came to using Coral Zara, and he was also responsible for coming up with the Team Spirit logo, that sort of thing. And yeah, I'm pretty certain it was the Zara software that was used.
Yeah. When Andy mentions Team Spirit, that's this little guy right here. This was kind of the logo of the team that made Frogger 2.
Yeah, that's right. Blitz Studios, or Interactive Studios, I should say, as they were called back then, which would then become Blitz Games. Um, every studio, there was sort of, I'd say, 5 or 6 internal studios inside, small teams inside the studio, I should say. And each of those teams were working on a different game or a different concept idea. And yeah, I can't remember any of the other teams. I think there's Team Dragon Sword and obviously ourselves, Team Spirit. Sadly, I can't remember any of the others, but yeah, Team Spirit were responsible for Frogger 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and as has been pointed out in chat, there's some interesting abbreviations here, like NME is short for enemy. Um, when you say it out loud, it's a lot more clear. But this abbreviation had me scratching my head for quite a while before I figured it out, and that maybe that's a little embarrassing. I'm not sure, but um, yeah. And these pages right here with these circles are interesting because they contain very early names and concepts for levels, and a lot of them never ended up making it into the game. Some of them had files associated with them, like that we can and will take a look at later. But others have some pretty interesting names. I'm gonna see if I can point any out as we scroll past them. I don't know how to pronounce this accurately, but this level certainly never made it. And and apparently Atlantis
Mummy's
was the
vicious.
plan. Yeah, Mummy's vicious. Okay.
No, that one certainly didn't make it.
Yeah. And
The
neither did
mummies,
Atlantis.
they're vicious.
Then we have ICI, and then Frogger gets flushed, and toilet trouble. I don't know if it's good that we didn't get this one. Um, I'm very
I would
curious.
I would have loved to have seen like a sewer zone similar to Frogger One. That would
Yeah,
have been
well,
awesome.
this isn't a sewer zone. This is subterranean, apparently. Do you remember anything about this, Andy?
Sadly, I can't remember that much about it. No, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
Maybe it was like something that somebody just came up with in a couple of minutes, like, oh, we don't have names for these levels.
Yeah, some of these levels in the document here, as you say, didn't actually make the final cut of the game. Some of them didn't even get a chance to be explored or concepts put together. Some of them were cut right at the very beginning. So yeah, it's a shame.
And this one I thought was interesting because the big level here is apparently Frogger's apostrophe S dead. Um, yeah,
He's dead, everybody.
yeah, he's dead. And then we have others like the Family Crypt, and another one that sounds very out of place in a Frogger game called Zombie Herding. Yeah, which I also assume that Andy doesn't remember anything about. And then if we go down, we'll actually start to stumble into some of the concept art. And this actually does look very reminiscent of an area in the final game. Um, and there's actually quite a lot of concept art for this game, just everywhere. There's tons of it. And so I'm probably not going to dwell too much on it right now. Isn't a color version of that art in the in-game concept gallery? Yes. I don't know if it's that image in particular, but some of these images did actually make it into the final game as unlockable pieces of art that you can get. And somebody had previously mentioned that they wanted to see the super retro world list, and there isn't a whole lot of information here really. It just kind of lists it as super retro, and that there's apparently a Frogger's Revenge level.
I'm just gonna say for the record, I adore the Frogger 2 art style, or at least the concept art style, and then the art style that kind of made its way into some of the I don't know, some of the loading screens or just various aspects of the final game.
That's a very good point. The guy that was brought in to do the concept art was a guy by the name of Richard Whale, and he had a very distinctive style of artwork. And his to be honest, his artwork was absolutely incredible. I think he came from a comic background, um, I mean, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure he's worked for some of the bigger comics. I'm not sure if he did a little bit of work for someone like DC Comics as well, briefly at one point. But yeah, he's absolutely such a talented guy, incredibly talented, and some of the concept artwork is just, as you can see, is absolutely fabulous.
I feel like his work with Frogger 2 absolutely gave it a very iconic look.
Hmm.
Whenever I think of Frogger 2, that's kind of the thing that my brain immediately jumps to is how stylized and cartoony it is, and I love that about it.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah.
And then even further down, what we'll find are some of the first uh I guess 3D renders that we have. We have other 3D renders, but these stand out not only because they're uh a bit ugly, if I if I have to be very honest, but because they're using the design of the frog from the first game, or at least some attempt at a recreation of it. And and we'll also, if we keep going, we'll start to see some interesting move ideas that we didn't see, such as this idea of a smash, which I personally think is supposed to be some sort of wrestling move being shown here, but I don't know enough to really say anything about that.
It looks kind of hilarious.
Yeah, yeah, it really does, in my opinion. And we'll also start to see some interesting things like they had ideas for Frogger using his tongue, which as the ability to move objects or to, as we'll see here, even lasso onto something like a tree. And this was never seen in Frogger 2, but it did show up in later Frogger games, although not ones done by the same company.
Completely forgot about that. Yeah, I think it was more a time issue with Frogger 2. The idea being that you could grapple crates, barrels, that sort of thing to open up routes or block enemy routes. But yeah, I think time was against us, unfortunately. So quite a few of these things had to be cut from the game.
Yeah, that's especially apparent when we look at the amount of levels that were created for the game. There are just tons and tons of ideas and different areas that were created, but the final game only had maybe, if you exclude the retro levels, I want to say just over like a dozen levels.
Can't really tell if you cut out there.
I have no idea what my audio sounded like, so hopefully not. But
Frog Pog.
yeah, and here we start to see the first kind of, I guess, uh, the first designs of Frogger that start to resemble the final game. These frogs right here are designs for the multiplayer component of Frogger 2, where each player would get their own frog. And while these designs didn't end up getting kept, it didn't end up getting used, or at least I don't think so. There were in the final game different characters that you could select from, and some of them appear to have similarities between some of these original ones. Like, okay, this one right here made it into the final game, Treebee. And we've got a very interesting choice of controllers for the PC version. And that's all for this document. So I think I'm going to hand it back to Hellfire to show the first prototype that we're going to show.
Heck yeah. Well, I've got it up whenever Dream wants to hop on over, so to speak. It was a frog joke. Um, so this is Frogger 2 Milestone 4, which is from early June 1999, and this is running on an N64, or this is running on an N64 emulator at least. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of jump into it here. Probably really loud. In fact, I am actually going to turn that down. Give me one moment, please. Get out to like there. Okay, that's better. So forgive me before I get too deep into this. I have not thoroughly played these prototypes. I was kind of waiting to stream them to kind of get an idea of what they hold, and if I run into anything interesting or funny, like maybe have that be part of, I don't know, part of it.
I should probably add here, this prototype is technically a little bit different from the one that we dumped. The prototype that we dumped is like within a week or so of the build that we're showing here, but the build that we're showing here was already available, and the reason why we chose to show it instead is because it contains a debug menu, and the one that we dumped does not. And we mentioned before that that spherical worlds used to be in the game. I actually had just forgotten to show the spherical worlds, which we'll get to this after that prototype. The thing about this build is that this is a bit after they had removed the spherical worlds, and it was a more traditional kind of 2D designed world. And the purpose of this build seems to have been to make one very finished level that contained most of the elements of the final game at a mostly release quality amount. But it's not actually release quality. The version of the final game is actually significantly higher.
So we don't have any actual builds of the spherical worlds in question, right? Like we don't have any actual code evidence of that.
Unfortunately not. I tried my best to hack in the spherical world data into some of the early prototypes, and there just wasn't enough data to make it work. But there is enough data for us to show it one after this prototype.
So forgive me. Am I? How do I get into the? Because I know that if I just hit start, it doesn't work or something. So what is my method of getting into the level here?
I think if you just reset the emulator, it will just work if you hit start. That should work too, the screen that you're on.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah, except now it crashes. That's the downside of this.
what is the reset button? Shift F1. Oops. It's fine. I'll just do this. Run demo level. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh wow, this brings back memories. Polygon counts were really strict back in those days.
So there's a damage system, which is interesting.
Can't remember if the frog call was implemented in this version or not. Yep, there we go. There was some sort of effect in. Yeah. Frog croak.
If I press B, he does like a, I don't know, something.
I think that might be an early version of his tongue ability, perhaps.
Yeah, this would have been pre-Tom, I think. Yeah. While this is showing, actually, there's a question asked earlier about if it was difficult or not to develop Frogger 2 on the N64 given the limited cartridge size. And yeah, to be honest, that was the biggest problem, really. As most of you will probably know, cartridges were kind of expensive to buy, to manufacture, and that presented a big problem to the likes of Hasbro, the publishers. It's an awful lot of money to forward to put into development of these cartridges, and it's a long story. I'm not going to go into it now, but ultimately it was that was the problem, I think, that led to the downfall of the Nintendo 64. Not so long after Frogger 2's release, really, simply that the cartridges were too expensive to buy, to manufacture, and of course you had this wonderful new CD-ROM technology where you could buy a CD, master a game for literally a few cents, whereas cartridges cost dollars per unit, and it just didn't make economical sense, unfortunately.
I saw somebody in chat mention that a lot of devs really should have used LZSS compression. I don't know if the compression used in this game is LZSS, but this game did use compression.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact details of the compression that was used. I know we did some pretty dangerous dangerous things in terms of reading and writing to and from memory, and ensuring that we were reading and writing to blocks just before they were, how can I explain it? We were writing to regions of memory where we shouldn't have perhaps have been, and then ensuring we switched back to valid blocks of code before that code got executed. We were doing some really dangerous, strange stuff in order to try and maximize performance on the Nintendo 64 version, and also in trying to squeeze out every available byte that we could use for storage, for game data, for game assets, that sort of thing.
Awesome. This looks exactly like one of the screenshots we saw in the document.
Yeah, this build it doesn't have too much more than this level. I tried hacking the ROM to load a couple of other levels in it, and they mostly had broken textures and wasn't super interesting, I thought. Uh but the one level itself that is in there is fairly well polished, in my opinion, and yeah.
Game crashed. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it crashes after a few seconds. Or not crashes, but locks up, soft locks. So let me look at what we're doing here. So I don't know if you wanted to show off the Frogger 2 website. I don't know if that was maybe the next kind of step we wanted to
Yeah.
take, or if maybe we wanted to show another N64 build.
I'd like to do that, but first I think I forgot to show the spherical worlds earlier. So I think that that's kind of the next thing I'd like to do real quick. Um,
Perhaps what we will do is hand it off over to you.
sure. Let me
Just
share
while
my
you're
screen real
just
quick.
while you're sorting that out, Nee, just a quick answer to Rethink. Is asking about whether or not we'd heard about the Doctor V64. We had indeed. We heard of the Doctor V64, but all our internal development was done on official Nintendo 64 dev kits and using, I believe it was SN64, SN Systems, N64 code tools, dev tools. I think they were also used for the PlayStation version as well, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so right here, I think my screen has is showing right now. So this tool right here was actually made by Andy, and it takes some of these early .ase files and is able to output a 3D model with their geometry. And these ASE files were used by their development tools. They were kind of an intermediary format where inside of these files is just text, and so it was pretty easy for them to write programs that could do things like take the collision of a level and take it out of this file and put it into something that the game could use, or also it could take, I think. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't wanna give an incorrect answer there, so I'll leave it at that. But what we can do is we can just open one of these files and then get a 3D model out of it, and that's how I'm gonna show like just the basic 3D or spherical world here. And so I think we're gonna take a look at um this one right here. Okay, well, it seems that my preview application of choice is crashing, so I am not sure if we're gonna be able to see that super clearly here. But that's okay. I have screenshots just in case, and these screenshots also came from Andy. These textures weren't official because the texturing data was lost. But Andy actually went through and retextured some of these to be kind of his interpretation of um, what they could have been like, what he from just like what he remembers, and we also had renders in some of the documents. And so on the left here you have one of the actual worlds, whereas on the right is the collision model. Because this game has actually two 3D models. It has the one that gets shown in game, and the player is actually walking on a separate 3D model that isn't shown. That's this one on the right, and that's how they're able to have all of this strange geometry, unusual like non-uniform, because the player just moves between the tiles, the squares that make up this other 3D model.
I'll just add that the model that you're looking at there, that is the actual geometry that was created for the prototype game very early on. As Nee mentioned, I have textured that myself just to so that you're not looking at an untextured model. But we did actually have that playable with a frog-eyed character jumping around that level, and the world rotating. It looked pretty cool, to be honest. And just to go back to the point with the collision grid as well, as you'll be aware, Frogger it's very much a grid-based game. You move up, down, left, right, and so taking that movement idea, that grid movement idea, as long as you can take that grid and you can map it to pretty much any object, it's just a case of deforming the grid to fit your object, whether it's a sphere, a donut, or a cylinder. And that's what we did. We had a donut world, we had a cylinder world, and we had spherical worlds as well, just as Nee is currently showing you now.
Can you
Hand it
maybe
back to you, Nee.
maximize the window so that the image kind of stretches out to the whole display?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
And I just want to reemphasize something that Andy said. These worlds that we're seeing right here were originally converted from these original development files that we found in one of the backups.
One thing
I don't know if anybody.
sorry,
Sorry.
go on, Hellfire. Please go on.
I was gonna say, I don't know if anybody has made this comparison before, but another game that I'm thinking of while looking at these is Sonic Extreme. But
Yeah.
I think that was more of a fisheye than a spherical. But at the same time, I don't know, it's portrayed in a very similar way.
Okay.
Nick, can you just jump back to one of the screens with the collision grids on?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say that the colours on the collision grid on the left there do have meaning. The light green grid cells are safe areas where the frog can jump to. Red, instant death, and each of those colours did have a different meaning. I can't remember what they are exactly off the top of my head, but we'd use those colours um, to sort of set down where the baby frogs would start in a level, that sort of thing, and to represent where your Frogger character could or could not go as well. So they aren't just random colours. They do have an underlying meaning.
Yeah, and we actually do have these worlds were modeled in 3D Studio Max, or what's now called 3ds Max, and we actually have the material library used to create levels and such, as as we have all of the files necessary to make new levels or to edit existing ones. And and so what that means is we could actually look at get that list of materials, what each color means, etc. if we really wanted to. Probably not worth it like right this second, but this we will later in the stream look at levels in a bit more detail and with the original software. Okay, I think that's all I had to show for the spherical worlds, because unfortunately, while this development backup is pretty complete, the one thing that I really feel like is missing is a build where the spherical worlds are actually playable. But um, yeah,
Did you have the intention of showing off Job?
that'll be later.
Okay. I don't know, Job or Joby. I don't remember how you pronounce it. We'll get to it though. Um, would you would it be a good idea to maybe start the PC build?
Let's see here. I think we first we're gonna take a look at the internal website and some documents, maybe ones that Andy wrote.
Ah, yes.
Um, no no pressure, nothing bad in them. So
Give me one moment. If you want to hop back to me. Here we go. See, I've pulled up the Windows 98 virtual machine. I hope you guys like my wallpaper. But on here, I have mounted the what it would essentially be the Frogger 2 development website, which is best viewed in Internet Explorer 5. So, one second. All right, so here we're kind of getting a quick look at like an internal kind of document uh, of a different form factor, which is quite curious. Instead of doing like a multi-page physical document, it's more of a interactive web page system. So there's lots of different options here. For example, this kind of shows like the flow of the game, which I think there was a very similar graphic to this in one of those documents that you looked at earlier, if I'm not mistaken, right? But you can see
Yep.
this is an image made in that software that Andy was mentioning earlier. It's essentially like a vector graphic, but different. So I'm able to kind of just pan around and get a view of it. Let's head back to features. So I don't really know what in particular people want to see, but I'm kind of just going to go through this page by page. Kind of just take a look at some things. Unique selling points of Frogger 2. Advanced, nope, sorry, classic avoid 'em up action. With a wonderful 3D graphic. Avoid 'em up. It's really funny. Here. And then a graphic for the sails. You can see it's a little crusty. Looks like it was made in PowerPoint. I'm also noticing just now that these graphics are pulled from the intro to Frogger 1, and they're very high res, which is interesting. I don't know if we've got that FMV in high resolution. NeSnap would know. I don't.
We don't have that in high resolution, no.
Again, it's a lot more of the same. It's just kind of in a different form factor. To be clear, I am not slandering PowerPoint. I'm just saying it looks like it was made in PowerPoint. Because it does. Here you go. Here's a... This is what I was thinking about earlier when I got to the level complete screen. It looks exactly like this, even though I think this image right here is a mock-up. Some very, very readable green text on top of a green background. If anybody wants me to slow down on any of these pages, please let me know. I'm kind of just going through it because a lot of it has already been on the other one. And, of course, this will be part of the mega lot that will come out, too. So you can kind of poke through it at your own pace. But I like that the first word to describe Frogger is cool, and the second word to describe him is hero. Early version of the girl frog when they didn't really know what they wanted to do. Definitely not Lily. I think Lily was ultimately the best decision, but people are singing her praise in the chat.
Yeah, the final version of Lily Frog was apparently based on Britney Spears, according to concept art, or not according to a concept document.
Like I said earlier, this art style is just so sick. I love this. So there's a lot of uh, worlds in this game that kind of got canned, and something that we will repeatedly keep seeing is like a toy world, toy house, toy shop, something along those lines. And I don't think it ever made its way into any of the builds. I feel like that's just kind of like a vague concept that they wanted to do and never really made it work.
No, they didn't. There is one 3D model for a toy shop level that doesn't really help clarify what their idea for it was. But um the perhaps the most interesting thing is that the main menu music um was apparently started as a theme for that toy shop world, and then it just got repurposed to be the main menu music.
Here's a Chunky. Shout out to Chunkinator 104. Multiplayer characters. I love how Treeby made it to the final game 1-1, pretty much. I love him. Funky Frog. He's got soul. Gnarl. A true freak. Oops. Ugly, strange, and really off the wall. Progression. Again, it's kind of more of the same stuff we were looking at earlier, where the end is the retro zone. Controls, we've got N64, PC, and PlayStation. What's very interesting about Frogger 2 that I've noticed, at least, is that none of the documents we've seen, or a lot of the documents we've seen, have not mentioned the fact that it's also on Dreamcast. That seemed to be a very late decision for the game.
Yeah, it was a very, very late call, I believe.
And of course, because it was already on PC, I'm sure it was pretty easy to port, considering it's just Windows CE or whatever. Not that I
Yeah,
know anything about porting to Dreamcast, but
I think it went in very late and quite quickly, the Dreamcast version, because I was still working at Interactive Studios on the towards the end of Frog's development when the Dreamcast dev kits became available, and Andrew and Philip Oliver, the Oliver twins, kindly handed me the dev kit, so I was one of the first to be able to have a play on it. So I just had a bit of an experiment, putting some 3D graphics up on it, seeing how it worked. But unfortunately, I would soon leave the company, and somebody else took on the Dreamcast version. Otherwise, that would have been one that I would have been doing myself. Sadly, it
mhm.
never happened.
Yeah, M&L asked if the Dreamcast version had unfinished versions of the music in it, and yes, it did. Unfortunately, I don't know why this was the case, but the Dreamcast version used incomplete versions of the Frogger 2 music, and this is interesting because when this music was added, like according to the file dates, it was like it was months uh out of date at the point at which that music was added, by which the other versions already had final music put in them.
Do you this is an unrelated question. I'm not sure if this is in your checklist that you've sent to me, but do you have a setup for the music? And is that something that we'll be talking about within
I have a
the stream today?
we will be talking about the music. I only have a partial setup. Frankly, I didn't enough time to do the full setup, but we still have a lot to show regarding the soundtrack.
Sweet. Okay. Because that is super special and I think very cool. So one of the interesting pages that I believe is in this document, sorry, is this one, the reference material page, where we get some live picture images, which are kind of like these cool little interactive plugin viewer things. Kind of just like a little panoramic view. And you can look around and zoom in.
And what this was used for was this was kind of supposed to be like reference material for creating the worlds. Is this a snapshot of a specific date, or how was it the end of development? This is a backup of an internal website from around June of 1999, I believe.
June
Um,
8th,
June
1999.
8th. Okay, perfect. And what it contains is I'm not entirely sure if this was shared with any other companies or if it was purely internal, but the idea is that this contained a lot of uh their development information at the time, and it would be used in order to design parts of the game, or some of it contains designs for the game. So this is very early. Still, we are more than a year before the game is released, or more than a year out.
Yeah, just to expand on what you're saying there, Nee, I think you're absolutely right there. From what I remember, this was purely an internal site that was housed on the Interactive Studios intranet, and this was just shared with the development team and Hasbro Interactive, who were the publishers, and also for the odd visit we had from Konami, I believe. But nobody else would have seen it outside of the people involved in the development of the game.
Are those the only 3D reference images that there are? I think it might be.
I was just reading that was there meant to be an emulation or port of the original arcade game? No, no, that was never intended.
Wait, really?
Yeah, yeah, not an emulation of the original. It's just
Oh,
a revisioning of it through the Super Retro levels.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're actually one of the earliest builds did contain a recreation of the arcade game um in an N64 build. And it wasn't 3D like the super retro ones. It was fully 2D and playable like and it looked just like the arcade version. But that was even before this point in development, and by this point in development, had already been fully removed, and I believe the reason it was removed was by this point it was already chosen to go in the 3D direction for the retro levels.
I think this is the same document, but a PDF version. And I don't have a PDF viewer on here, so. But mood board. Oh, this one's fun. Dexter's Lab. I don't know what that is. Like a Looney Tunes. I don't know. Wile E. Coyote with a cannon. I don't know what this is. Adamant. I believe that this is concept art for Frogger 1 that kind of made its way into this website somehow. Ren and Stimpy, Rocco. I mean, the influences are very clear. And then also interestingly is there is a backup of the IGN website, at least this page, which is, in my opinion, very lovely. Feels like I have I don't know, like a time machine. Like it feels more authentic than using the web archive in some weird way. Quite literally is the web page saved from the time as a file. You guys want to see interactive Austin Powers? Oh, it doesn't work. Sorry.
Yeah, this website here actually has some documents that were written by Andy here. Somebody asked what was on the install page, and here it is.
This is the install page. It's
Yeah.
just the programs that you need to get the website working, which is how I was able to get onto that page and look at the 3D, I don't know, Google Street View esque thing of the uh, ancient whatever. But there's some things on here like the ActiveX viewer that there are no web pages for that type of content. There's also no Shockwave files, but there's a ton of Zara View and a ton of Panorama live images. Contacts. There he is.
Oh, to be young again.
Wow. I'm surprised that there are these mugshots of everybody on here.
Like America's Most Wanted.
Huh.
So that's that, and then I don't know if you wanted me to maybe look at the Frogger 2 website as well.
Yeah, in these backups, there isn't just a backup of the internal Frogger 2 development website. There's also a backup of Frogger2.com, which seems to be one of the most um I'll say some of these pages will look more accurate or look like they were better preserved than archive.org got them. Some of them like this one maybe not as much, but this is another pretty cool timepiece.
Frogger 2 official website. I don't know if these games work. Nope.
Unfortunately not.
Isn't that hilarious how they have like Shockwave games on a website that is intended to advertise a game? Funny to me.
Yeah, somebody asked what the download page was. Here it is. It just contained it contained those Flash games, and and it also contains a patch for the previous Frogger game. What's the demo? Somebody asks. I'm not sure I caught which area mentioned the demo, but the for Frogger, both Frogger 1 and Frogger 2 had a demo, and it was just a small version of the game which only contained a couple of the levels.
Demo of Frogger 2 coming soon.
And in terms of what the patch did for Frogger 1, honestly, we have yet to figure that out. Like at the Frogger community, it seems like it was probably related to some multiplayer uh stuff and that it wasn't just about LAN multiplayer. It was about some sort of online multiplayer service that no longer exists called Game Zone or something like that. So it's not super interesting to patch.
MSN Gaming Zone. Here's some cheat codes officially for Frogger on PC and PS1. I think it's interesting that they decided to keep all of the text for this website that was focused on Frogger 1, but then they just added Frogger 2 stuff and graphics and whatnot.
Yeah, well, this website was done by the publisher Hasbro Interactive, so I'm pretty sure that that the idea was that they didn't care if you bought Frogger 1 or Frogger 2. They just wanted you to buy Frogger.
So that's that. I don't know if there's anything else on here that particularly is of interest. There's some screenshots on here, but they unfortunately do not load. I also don't believe that there is any evidence of them being in the files provided here.
Yeah. If we want to switch it over to me, I can try and show some of the 3D 3D levels and such, and talk about how creating levels worked, etc.
Maybe we could swap over to you.
All right. Let's see here. Okay. So right here we have a Windows XP virtual machine, and I can actually pull up 3D Studio Max, which is kind of Andy, feel free to jump in and correct me at any point here. But the 3D Max, I believe, was the main modeling tool that they used for level creation. And to be perfectly honest, I am woefully underqualified to be using this tool. So, apologies in advance. I barely understand how to use this. But we can. This is before the days of fast 3D rendering. So we actually, if we want to view what the level looks like from an angle, we have to open up this menu and click render, and we actually see the scan line go down the screen as it renders, and so there we get to see our collision grid. And this is the same thing that we were looking at earlier with the spherical worlds, and it's currently untextured. I do not know how to make it textured, or if the software is even capable of showing the level with textures. But somebody asked if there were any raw source textures. There, yeah, that's what we're talking about. There are. We have all the raw source textures. There is a different program that we can use to view this with textures, which we'll get to.
Yeah,
But
I'll just jump in there, Nee. You're absolutely correct. What we've got there is 3D Studio Max, and originally it was on 3.0, and partway through development there was a move over to 3.1, which I remember it causing a few little headaches with other tools in the development tool chain. But you're quite right there in that 3D Studio Max was very capable in terms of presenting the world and showing textured versions, but there is a tool that NeSnap will be getting onto later on in this stream, and it was that other tool, the in-house tool, that was used for setting up the lighting, setting up the texturing. Hence, these tended to be bare, untextured models, and also 3D Studio Max was also used to create the collision grids as well.
yeah. So what you mentioned there was something that I'm hoping maybe we could talk in a little bit more detail and it's that the so the actual geometry of these levels right here, we're actually looking at one of the first levels in the game, the garden level, and it may not be super recognizable looking at it like this, and it's gone. Okay, there it is. But this is actually the final version of the garden level, and we can see, as we saw earlier before, this is like a riverbank here. So jumping in here, Frogger would drown. We can see red down on the floor, so that that indicates that Frogger would die if he steps in here. And I believe this almost purple-looking one indicates that there is a baby froglet that's
Mhm.
available here.
Yep. Yeah, we're seeing the Z fighting there because the tool is currently set to display both the collision grid and the level geometry, hence the coinciding of the geometry trying to share the same space in 3D, hence the Z fighting. And also there's some bigger planes, bigger boxes around certain parts of the level, and I believe, yeah, the green areas there, the green boxes, I believe they represented camera volumes as well, I think.
Yeah, this is one area that I hope to continue to learn more about how to use this tool, and because it is completely possible using this tool to create totally new levels, and uh and presumably, like, there are pretty much no limits because these are the original tools, and yeah. Do you know offhand if there's an easy way to change the camera perspective?
I can't remember, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, figures. It's a very old version of a program, so yeah. Anyways, what I'll do here though um is that we can actually move on to the other tool, Job, which is the one that actually will it's significantly easier to use because it was intended mostly for texturing, and I think did anybody who wasn't normally an artist ever use it? I think at one point we had maybe discussed that, or
In
maybe
terms of the tool, the new tool that you're the tool that you're about to present.
yeah.
Is that in, yeah? What happened was that you had the 3D level builders effectively using 3D Studio Max, and those people that knew how to use 3D Studio Max would build the levels, and then they were handed over through a series of plugins imported into the tool that about to be presented, and that tool made it a lot easier for programmers, level gameplay designers, to actually go in and texture and light the levels themselves without having to rely on having the skills to use 3D Studio Max. This tool here was so much easier to use and very accessible to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and so this will for that reason this will be the tool that we're actually about to use to look at some of the early levels. The one I have pulled up here is actually a final level, but it's the same one that we were looking at in 3D Studio Max. So we can see it's a lot well, it's a lot easier to view in this program, and this this program, in case we missed that, is called Job, and that stands for John's Object Editor. Um, and I believe Andy mentioned, or at least mentioned to me, that it was made by somebody named John Wingham.
Yeah, John Wiggum. Yeah, he was.
Wiggum. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, he was head of effectively head of all the tech and tools almost at, if you like, at Interactive Studios, and he was. I refer to him as the John Carmack of Interactive Studios, and he would come up with these fantastic tools for the workflow for the tool chains that we would use, and Job was indeed his object editor. And the thing you have to remember back in the the late 1990s is that polygon counts were very tight, very strict. So it was actually quite easy and quicker to come into a tool like this where you could actually go and texture the polygons individually quite easily and quickly. Because when we've only got a few thousand polygons for the entire level and the characters, it wasn't a big issue in terms of texturing. You didn't have to worry about complicated unwrapping of UVs and that sort of thing. It was just easier to go in, select a polygon that you was interested in, and then assign it a texture and stretch as Nia's demonstrating there. You just pull your vertices around, your UV coordinates around until you get the look you desire. And in addition to setting up the texture coordinates, you can go in and select the vertices, the 3D vertices on the geometry, and assign color values to give the effect of this GRU shading effect, to give the lighting effect. Because obviously lighting was it's a very expensive thing to do, especially back then. Real-time lighting was not really a thing. It was just far, far too expensive for the hardware. Hence, it was faked through the use of GRU shading. Yeah, there we go.
All reliable vertex colors.
Yeah, I can imagine
Yep.
that there was probably a little bit easier way to do this, like because right now with these sliders, I'm only controlling the shading for a single face, or a single polygon, and there are other polygons that use that same vertex. Was there any way to change the color for all the faces using a particular vertex, perhaps? Or
There was, yeah. I can't
yeah,
remember. Again, I can't remember the shortcut keys and what have you. But yeah, there were ways where you could select a single polygon, or indeed, multiple polygons, and apply textures to them. Or you could select a vertex, a shared vertex, and have all associated polygons using that vertex. They could change, all in one go. Just change the value once, and it would affect all connected geometry. As to how to do it, yeah, can't remember.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, actually, before I go ahead and start opening levels, I should talk a little bit about the structure of how the graphics were kept. So in this folder right here is the game graphics folder, which is sitting in like a folder that contained most of the game data for Frogger 2. And within it, it's broken down into each kind of area separately. So like the worlds we talked about earlier, where there's garden, Halloween, retro, space, city, etc. The the levels are broken down like that, and then within these folders, if we go to a particular world folder, there are actually a bunch of different files. There's those ASC files I mentioned earlier, where those were models. Those were a conversion of the main like 3D Studio Max files used by their tools in order to generate things for the game, like collision, etc. But within these folders, the interesting thing is that they have they seem to take sometimes frequent, sometimes less frequent backups of their different versions of the levels. So we actually have a pretty good history of nearly all of the changes to every single level throughout development history. I don't know what the criteria was for when they would choose to make a backup of this, um, but it makes for a very interesting uh, experience to kind of just go through and look at all of them. And the reason why we're looking at this right now is because the last prototype build, I know that was a little while ago, that Hellfire showed. Between that build and the next one, the main thing that I notice is being changed are the amount of levels that have been added, and a lot of those levels don't end up being in the final game at all. And so we could sit here and go through some of these levels in Job right here, or we could actually just boot it up in game. And there's actually an in-game something of an in-game editor that where you can move the camera around, you can do all sorts of stuff, and I guess it just kind of depends. Do you guys want to see some early levels in this Job program, or do you want to see them in-game in another prototype?
I think people want to see it in game.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
So this is the PC, the PC one that you were referring to.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, in that case, how about we switch back to Hellfire and we will take a look in game. Well, now we're seeing some more both. So how about maybe after Hellfire presents, maybe I could show a level or two in Job.
I'd like to see a couple more in Job as well. I've not
Sure.
seen it for a long time, so it'd be great. Yeah.
All right. So, this is a. Can you maybe give some background as to what this build is? This is the one from September
Yeah.
10th, 1999.
So this build we're looking at right here actually was given to us by Andy to release here with the rest of everything. And it's kind of a I don't have a whole lot of context on what this build was made for. The CD contained a bunch of development files, and even some uncompiled assets. What I mean by uncompiled is Frogger 2 actually uses DLL files to contain its a lot of its 3D models and such. So the assets get converted to source code that is then compiled, and so there's actually uncompiled source code on this prototype, which makes it seem like this was not something that was intended to be played so much, but more like something of a development snapshot or something. I don't know. Do you have any context on this build, Andy?
Um, is this the one that I passed over to you from my CDs?
It's one of them,
Is that
yes.
one? Yeah, yeah. This was never an official release or an official snapshot or anything like that. This was purely a copy of a few assets, a bit of code that I burnt onto CD for myself, simply so I could take home and work on it. Just so that if working over a weekend, just to get out of the office, and that was the only reason that I had these copies on these CDs. Hence, yeah, unofficial source code.
So, something I will add about this, what you're seeing here is this build is very loud, and I am unable to bring the volume down because whenever I try to open the Windows volume mixer, it crashes the volume mixer, strangely. So, it's going to be a little loud.
There's
It's
actually
also it's a little fast too, which I'm sure you'll notice.
yeah. There's actually something else about this prototype. Somebody brings up that DG Voodoo, the logos here. There's actually a really interesting reason we're using DG Voodoo. This build alternates displaying every other frame, and what that has meant in practice is that uh, that the way that looks is that it flashes a lot, which may be annoying to view, but what we found is that that actually causes your monitor to continue flashing, or certain kinds of monitors to continue flashing in the spot where the game window was shown, even after the game is closed. And that can go on, like you can unplug the monitor, you can use it with a different computer. That flashing will remain for anywhere from a couple minutes to a couple days, and it is extremely annoying. It's not a hardware problem. It has to do with the uh, how how monitor panels work effectively.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I think that the way in which this early version of DirectX, Direct 3D presented the frame buffer to the screen, as you say, I don't think it plays so well with modern panels on monitors, and yeah, on some models, including my own too, I ended up with this problem of this flickering screen. Even it went on for several days, and in the end, I had to turn the monitors off, leave them switched off for about 3 or 4 days before the problem cleared up.
yeah, and the uh and that's why we're using DG Voodoo, because DG Voodoo makes this problem completely go away. The flashing just isn't there.
I wish there was a way I could turn it down. It's very loud, and I'm sure that the audience is also feeling that. So the game speed is something that is, I think, based around the refresh rate of the display. Because the only way I was able to get it at this speed that you're seeing it at right now is to enable VSync in DG Voodoo. If I have VSync off, it runs even faster than this. So do with that information what you will.
Yeah, somebody asked what the number in the center of the screen was. Now, I am not certain on this, but I believe what that number is it's the tile ID that Frogger is standing on. So every single place that Frogger can stand on the collision is it has an ID, and I believe I may be completely making this up here, but the way I remember it working, it was a long time ago when I looked at this, but every ID is linked to the other IDs that you can step on from it. So if you press like right, it will get the ID that for the tile that is to the right of your current tile. And that is how it knows to where to place the frog, where you're jumping to, etc.
Yep, I can confirm that that is absolutely correct. Yeah. So when the collision grid was exported from 3D Studio Max and goes through the various tools, it gets compiled into code, and as part of that process, um, quite as you pointed out there, Snap, it calculates which are your neighboring collision grids, cells, so that the game knows that if you jump up, you're going to go from cell 20 to 40. It just saves any complicated processing at runtime. It already knows. You don't have to do any busy calculations on the fly. It's all pre-calculated beforehand. And in terms of that number in the middle of the screen there, that is indeed the ID of that cell. And I think it's just it's indexed into an array in the code, if I remember rightly. It's a direct reference to the index of array in an array of the cells.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
And I think the game crashes after you complete a level.
Yeah, it does. This we can look at the level selector next, because this version has a quite a few new levels in it that the last one didn't. And the one of the interesting things, which I won't recommend we look at completely yet, because it can be a little finicky to get the camera to work if you want to play a level normally after this. But there's also something of an in-game editor, um which was used to do things like place enemies in a level, and I think also platforms. And yeah, this right here. So if you press F10, it opens up this mode in a lot of the prototype builds, and this was used to place, as I said before, enemies and such. Um, I think, Andy, do you remember any more about it? I have not actually investigated this as thoroughly as other parts.
The in-game editor was added simply to allow the game level designers to quickly try out ideas. They needed a way to be able to play and edit enemy routes, drop down collectibles all on the fly. Hence, this editor was built into the game so that they could go along and do just as you're doing there. They can set up paths, can drop down collectibles, can specify where baby frogs are positioned at the beginning of a level, that sort of thing. And that information could then obviously be exported to a data file or imported from a previously saved file. And once the level had been set up with the collectibles, etc., the enemy routes, that saved file, the data file that came out of creating the enemy positions and routes, etc., that would then get compiled into the final version of the level.
Very interesting.
Yeah. How about we take a look at some of the other levels?
I can't remember if that was actually left in the final build or if it was hash if deft out. So it wouldn't have been probably wasn't compiled in the retail build.
Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if it was.
it was not.
Right.
But we do have an updated version of the final build on PC uh that we have made some changes to, and one of those changes is adding a checkbox for if you want to enable debug mode, which will include stuff like this editor.
Hmm.
This right here is one of the cut garden levels. There's only one garden level in the final game, but there were quite a few in early development. So I guess we can just sit back and have a look.
Are there any enemies in this build?
Um, I don't think so. I have no idea why that
No,
is.
I don't think there were any in this particular build. No.
Has the volume been adjusted so that we're able to be heard over the game? Because I know it's really loud.
Yes. Yeah, it's been adjusted on OBS.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I see everybody's commenting on the Boeing sound. This sound is actually from Frogger 1. Um, yeah, within the backups of Frogger 2, uh, was a um uh was a full backup of the audio server from Frogger 1. And what that means is that we have confirmed file names for all of the audio in Frogger 1 and the master quality versions of the Frogger 1 music. The unfortunate thing is that it would be really nice to have the texture backup from Frogger 1 as well for reasons that are a bit technical and have to do with modding, but and byte matching decompilation. But the uh this game used both sounds and textures from Audio 1 at different points in development. So it's kind of interesting to see the reuse.
Oops.
And here's one of the things from before that can be a little annoying. The camera. Oh, seems you figured out how to get it to reset.
Yep, you click
Um,
on there's an icon here that lets you switch between the frog and the mouse.
Great. That's good to know actually. This level's kind of interesting because it has kind of something that reminds me at least of a some sort of like racetrack or something like. Um, yeah, you did just see Frogger Strafe. hops in some strange directions sometimes. But on the left of the screen, we can kind of see something of a well, it's not the left anymore, but if we go back up to the top and we go to the right a bit,
Over here.
uh, yeah, right there, we can kind of see something. When I see this level in Job, it makes me think of like some kind of racetrack, but that may not be the case. I don't know.
Is it possible to rotate the camera in this version?
Ooh, try numpad 4 and numpad 6.
Ah, those are some words.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Ooh, okay. Zoom in, zoom out.
A lot of the early Frogger builds have these debug controls in them. And they were thankfully fairly easy to find because with source code backups, we could just check the source code for usages of like keyboard input.
I'm not sure actually. When the frog jumped into the water there, did it actually displace the There we go. I
It
didn't.
does.
Yeah, I thought so. Did that actually make it in the final retail version?
I
I
don't
can't
think it
actually.
did.
No, I
I
don't think so because I can remember working on a very simple spring system to get that rippling water effect, and so
Mm.
it's pretty cool dropping things into the water and seeing the ripples cascade out. But yeah, I don't think it actually made it to the final versions because it was quite expensive back then
Yeah,
to calculate.
instead what they did with the water, it kind of it moves along what might be a sine wave or something similar.
Mhm.
It to just look like it's kind of wibbling back and forth. And are you able to super hop when the game is running this fast by Chunkinator? Actually, I don't believe super hopping is in this build yet. Or if you mean,
Double jumping.
yeah, double jumping. The super hop in this build is more like Frogger 1, where it will just jump higher. Um, you can't actually do the double jump yet, which is interesting because this level is only completable with a double jump. So clearly they had the idea at this point. It just wasn't programmed in.
Uh,
Hero and Ace is going to be AFK soon, and we'll be back soon. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, you take care too.
I want to see that level with the camera.
Yeah, right here. That's perfect. That gets the angle that makes me think it's like a race. I don't know why the banners are gone, but we can kind of see at the end. This is like a finish line of sorts. Like imagine that that was held up like it's like a um by metal poles or something, and that looks like it's the end of a race line. I have no
I,
idea what this could
I'm
have been
picturing
for.
like the bulls from Frogger 1, like in the canyons. Just kind of like running across here at varying speeds, and you have to kind of hop in these side holes to stay safe.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that pretty much gets that point across.
I think when the camera entered that free fly mode, that it didn't show the flags and the things. I think when the assets were exported from 3D Studio Max, there was actually three. From what I remember, there were actually three core parts, if you like. There was the level geometry itself. There was the collision grid, obviously, which Frogger would jump around, and then there was something called scenics, such as the flower that you saw just there. Um, And what happened with the scenics were purely, they were either, sorry, static or animated objects that didn't necessarily interact with the character, but would provide just a bit of extra visual content. So they could be, I don't know, flags in the wind or statues, that sort of thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
they were called SCE files in the development backup scenics. They were.
For anybody familiar with the Final Frogger 2 game who has messed around with any of the cheats, one of them is called Feeding Frenzy. And what that does is that lets Frogger go around, and instead of using his tongue to eat just bugs, he can eat parts of the world, bulrushes or I think I've seen him once eat like the wheel in like the garden level, the water wheel. And that's what he is actually going around and eating. The way it works is that all of the scenics in a level, he could just eat the scenics. So if you want to know if something's uh a scenic, well, he also can eat the enemies as well. So if you want to know if something is a scenic or an enemy, you can just turn on that cheat and say, "Can I eat it or not?"
Feeding Frenzy was one of my favorite parts of Frogger 2 when I was a kid. When I finally was able to unlock that.
Yeah.
And I got to
I
mess
think
around and, I don't know, break the universe around me.
Yeah, and I think they were the original development team was pretty proud of that that concept of Frogger going around eating random things because um in one of the promo videos that we'll see later, Frogger eats one of the baby froglets,
Eh,
and that was something that was put in a promotional video.
awesome.
Uh, Arsha's 911 says any possible chance to play the current milestones such as 5 through 10, which is probably the last branch before it got canceled. N64 Milestone 5 is about 2 weeks before the game gets canceled, and yes, we will be showing that build, and we have tons of prototypes left to show.
I don't know if you want me to play all the levels in here or if I should kind of just play a few and leave the rest up for exploration later. Just for the sake of time.
Let's see here. We're less than 2 hours in, and so I think we probably have time for a few more.
Is the Team Spirit logo?
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. That's another thing. If we want to go to move on and work on other parts to get away from this hopping sound, that would be a valid choice as well.
I've heard people say that the sound is annoying in Frogger 1 when I'm playing that. Like, I'll be playing it and people will be like, oh man, boink, 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 boink. Yeah. I'll just kind of do another quick look around here. See, Frogger 2 to me is extremely interesting in development because I feel like every version that I look at has like some major difference. Like it went through like a lot of pretty major changes. Like this is not even remotely close. I mean, texturally, visually, it is very close to what we see in the final game, but like in terms of the design of the level, I'm like, this is totally new.
Yeah. Rethink the World asks Andy if Blitz Games ever considered supporting Max or if that was just too niche.
Yeah, too niche, unfortunately. Macs weren't a big thing back then. Very, very niche indeed.
Yeah, the surprising thing to me uh was that the the reason that the N64 version was canned I hope I'm remembering this right, but it was something like Hasbro Interactive ordered double the amount of cartridges for Glover 1 that they were recommended to order, and had trouble selling them. And because of that, they chose to pretty much abandon the N64 for uh, I think completely, and that's why Glover 2 was canceled and why Frogger 2 N64 was canceled. I think. I hope I'm remembering that right. Does that sound about right to you, Andy?
Yeah, I think that's about right. I'm not sure what the numbers were involved in terms of how many units of Glover One were sat in the warehouse or anything like that. Um, but it's kind of goes back to the point that I briefly made earlier that the price of cartridges at the time was only going in one direction in terms of buying them in before you'd even sort of burn your game to them. The costs, the unit costs, the manufacture costs were all going sky high, completely the wrong direction. And at the same time, you've got PlayStation 1, the original PlayStation, coming along using CD-ROMs, where you could buy the CDs and press your game for 4 cents. And for those of us old enough to remember back to those days, sort of the late 1990s, well, probably the late 1990s, the cost of Nintendo 64 games absolutely skyrocketed. I can remember seeing them going up from 50, $60 up to 70, $80, and it's just not. It was just wasn't feasible. It's too expensive, and yeah, that's why I believe Frogger 2 got canned on the Frogger 2 version of the N64 version got canned, and I believe yes, that was why Glover 2 was canned as well, unfortunately. And of course, it wasn't long after that that the Nintendo 64 itself kind of came to its. I know there's a fantastic homebrew scene and development scene still going on to this very day, but in terms of its natural life back then, it came to an end pretty soon after Frogger 2 was released around 2000, just because the cost involved with those cartridges was too prohibitive and too expensive, and ultimately too much of a financial risk for publishers. It's a shame, really.
Yeah, yeah. I hope that at some point, now that we have the full development archive, that uh maybe the Frogger 2 N64 version can be finished. Um, we certainly have the tools, and I'd like to work on that at some point. I don't know if I'll ever have the time to fully fully commit to something like that, though.
There's a lot of levels that are lacking from this version.
Yeah, I think somebody asked if there were any super retro levels. I
There
don't.
are none.
Okay, yeah,
They don't light up when I highlight them.
I see.
Oops. Did somebody leave the call? Oh, there we go. Oh man, I'm stuck. Here we go. Frog stuck. I don't know how much longer with this prototype you'd like me to go on with here, but
Um. Oh, okay. This is actually a pretty key thing to show. We can move on after this.
get it, get it, get it, get it.
Yeah,
Key.
yeah. Okay, I get it.
Oh,
Sorry, I just had a scare because I saw your voice has been disconnected because you connected it at another location, and I was like, "What the heck?" But it was my other computer. Discord just restarted and
I see.
reconnected me to the call. So sorry about that. The uh, uh, the thing that I see with this is that this is actually the main menu. Because for Frogger 2, right, like the main menu is a 3D space where the frog character moves around and goes to different places in order to interact with certain things. And this is the very first iteration of that concept, and it's actually quite massive. Because the final game has you can maybe move Frogger to like 4 different spots, like total. And here there's like a full area where you can walk around, and it shows that there was a much bigger idea. And we're actually going to see an even further expansion on this kind of concept in our next prototype when we get to it. Except it'll be, well, I'll keep it a surprise. But yeah.
Whoa. Baba is frog. I feel like this prototype is actually more stable than I was believing prior. If things don't exist, then the game crashes, but I've never actually witnessed something go wrong because of the way that it is programmed. Like when the camera gets stuck, that's just a result of it being in the editor's camera mode and having it not go back to, like when I go into this level here and I go into camera mode and then I fly around somewhere and then I close this, the camera actually isn't stuck. You just need to put it back into the mode where it is unstuck. And that's totally fine. And then if you use the level select to pick a level, you can usually swap to another level pretty easily without issue. At least
Yeah,
from what I've witnessed here.
I will say, the prototypes for Frogger 2 are they feel significantly more polished and significantly more stable than the ones for Frogger 1. Part of that is because the development cycle for Frogger 1 was extremely short. They went something like uh, about 5 months from the first build of, or from the first line of code written to the game. The game was shipped. That was about 5 months. So that game has quite a few unstable prototypes. Um, but we may get to those at a future date. We'll see. The the prototypes here are fairly stable. Like some of them do crash, but it's it's very interesting and convenient because it lets us show quite a lot of of different stages of development.
Oop, he's dead. Why is he dead? Anyways.
Ooh, Stan asks a good question. So there's an Easter egg in this game. Maybe we'll have time to show it later. Where if a certain file is created, there is there was an alternate croak noise that sounds very strange. And the question was whether Andy knows anything about the context of that Easter egg. I'm going to guess probably not. I'll let him answer here, but that change was added on pretty much the final day of development, that Easter egg, and by that point Andy had actually left the team. So I'm going to assume that he probably doesn't know anything about that Easter egg, but Andy, does the Easter egg around Muller.wav or does that ring any bells?
No, no, it doesn't. I only became aware of it when I joined you guys at Highway Frogs, and
Yeah.
it's quite amusing to find. Did we find the programmer responsible? Was it James Hubbard?
Let's
Can't
see here.
remember.
I wrote it somewhere. It's let me pull up the something real fast and I'll see.
I have the Milestone 5 pulled up now.
Okay.
I don't know if
Um
that's maybe a bad shift, but I think we've seen
I'll
pretty much everything of the PC prototype.
Yeah, that's okay. Just like 1 second here. Yeah, it was James Hubbard
Okay.
who did that. Yeah.
I have no idea why he did that, but yeah, he went on to work at Free Radical Design, working on Time Splitters series, that sort of thing. Cool, good guy.
Did he actually add it last minute? Was that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
It
understanding?
would seem so, yeah, yeah. Just
Um
for people who might not be aware, Mullard is the surname of Kevin Mullard, who he was a producer, wasn't he? Nee, I think, the producer on the game.
I
I'm
think so,
trying to,
yeah.
yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, he was. He was the producer from Hasbro Interactive. Yeah.
I would like to get more into that Easter egg later, but really to experience it, I think we have to have a final version of the game running. So we'll need to wait till later. But the next thing is this N64 Milestone number 5 build. Did we want to see any levels in Job first, or do we just want to go straight into to this build?
Oh yeah, I'll leave that up to the chat instead of just assuming that they want to. Unless the editor shows it better, let's do the build.
Yeah, I think the editor can show us some nice angles, like nice screenshots, but because it doesn't have as much culling, like you don't have to stay so close to geometry to see it. Um but overall, I think we've seen most of what the levels had to offer from that point, from what Hellfire has shown. I'm happy to move on to this next build. Yeah, so this build, as mentioned before, it's Milestone 5, and this is actually the final N64 um the final N64 build, I believe, that existed on cartridge. This is because it was 2 weeks before the N64 build was completely canceled, and while there were some further changes done after this point, I think it only existed on uh, on a dev system, basically, like as in terms of source code changes, asset changes, and I don't I don't have any reason to think that it was ever burned onto a cartridge. The the This is only 3 months after the prototype that we've just seen, and for such a build, it's actually quite different than the last than the last build. The Andy, according to the documents, you were the one to actually make this build. I know you've mentioned before that you don't actually remember too much about this build, but if anything comes to mind, like, feel free to say it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, and I think this was, as you've already pointed out, this was the last um, development build before the N64 version got canned. This was certainly, as far as I can recall, the last one that was built to was burned to a development cartridge. The reason I say that is, as you mentioned there, that I was the guy on the N64 kit, and I was producing these prototype builds for each milestone, which would then get handed on to Hasbro or Konami to have a look at progress. So yeah, I don't think unless somebody else did it under my nose whilst I was still there, which I doubt very much. Yeah, this was the last official cartridge build.
Yeah. What Hellfire is showing right here is actually an updated version of that same main menu with the key that we had just seen before. They clearly it's at a much higher degree of graphical fidelity, as like now there are scenics all around. There everything is textured better. There's like a tree, um, and the area that you walk around in is starting to look a bit more like the final version, even if it's still quite a ways away. And also, as you can see, the Frogger model looks way different. He can now double jump. Um, this Frogger model actually is pretty close to what is seen in the final game.
Is this not his final model?
I think it's an early version of the final model, so it is the final model, but maybe just a little early. Or it's
Yeah,
perhaps it only looks early to me because this is still using the floating point versions of everything, but I don't know.
yeah. I think this was pretty much the base for the final Frogger character, and it was just underwent sort of minor tweaks now and again later in development. But yeah, to all intents and purposes, I suppose you could say this was the baseline baseline Frogger, if you like. Expertly modeled and animated by Sandro de Cruz, very talented artist, and he was really really good when it came to creating and animating these low polygon count characters.
Here's one of the levels that we had seen in the last build, except this time it has enemies. And so we can kind of see a lot clearer what the vision of this level was really like.
Oh. How do I eat it?
I don't know if there are any builds where you can actually eat the baby frogs.
I didn't mean
But
literally.
oh, okay.
How
So
do I
yeah,
how do I collect it?
what's happening is you did collect it. You can look at your HUD down in the bottom right, and the froglets won't disappear, but it will light up the correct frog.
It really doesn't want me to get off of this.
There may have been one or two bugs in this version.
How dare the game not be done?
How does the saying go? No such thing as a bug, just an undocumented feature.
Precisely. Words to live by.
Absolutely.
I like the sound that he makes when he dies or gets hurt, where he goes, "Ow!"
Yeah,
It's very not Frogger.
yeah.
I think some of the death animations were removed as well for the final retail version of the game. Some of them were pretty gruesome.
Oops. Do we finally have a look at the city levels? No, I don't think they're in this build, actually.
No, I don't believe they are. The city levels were completely cut from the final game. Oh wait, no, I think there's at least one city level here. City was a zone that was completely cut from the final game, except for a single multiplayer level. But the uh, the hold on, I'm thinking about tapes. I will respond to that in a second. the city zone was completely cut. I think if when we look at the levels, it's kind of clear a little bit why. Well, they certainly have a lot of graphical polish. Some of the gameplay polish feels like they were still struggling to figure out the identity of these levels, and some of their initial concepts for what these levels would be like maybe didn't pan out the way that was initially planned. And so that's why I think it was cut. I don't think we have any official explanation for why City was cut, but yeah. And I see in chat, yeah, we're asking about the damaged end of project tape backup, which contained all of the final assets for the game. It was the final development backup basically. And the question was if we were able to successfully recover the data on the tape because it had been damaged. Yes, the data on the tape has been completely recovered, and there were tons of things that were damaged. It was actually possible to recreate pretty much everything on it. There's like only a couple, like when I say a couple, I mean like countable on like a single hand. There are only like that many files that couldn't be fully reconstructed like perfectly, and none of them contain anything particularly important. And actually, it would have been possible to recreate them if a lot of time and effort had been put in, but I just didn't deem it worth it to save some of those files. Like, so we will be getting to the story of the tape and its damage. But yes, I want everybody to know, yes, the tape was successfully archived or digitized. Yeah, Winterbit says it's the tale of the tape. It is a very interesting story. Or at least it's very interesting to me. And so I'm looking forward to getting able to, or to being able to tell it. Here's our first Super Retro world. Actually, we can kind of see just the beginnings of Super Retro.
You're also getting an example of the PCM audio I was talking about earlier.
What we're
Oh
seeing
yeah,
here is what
it's
I
our
was
hub
talking
world.
about earlier. Yeah, this build contains a hub world for the Frogger or for the game. This so it's a level select where you actually get to move around and get to walk around to different parts here, and it actually does kind of work. There are some tiles that you can step on in this level, which will start a level. Or maybe it'll just crash. I don't remember which. Maybe it's the build after this where it actually works. But I try walking into the one. Yeah, okay, I take it back. There's a PC build a little bit after this. The December 17th PC build is the one where you can actually step into them, and it will load a level. But this one still shows the most of the level the place you've stepped in is a little rough because you can't exit that spot. But this level is quite big actually. Like it may just look like you have the starting area, but there are invisible paths that will take you to other parts of the hub world as well.
This is the map that I just was in.
I
Level
think
A.
it's level A. I think.
Yeah, there we go. I don't really know how else to describe what I'm seeing besides this looks like something I would have made in Roblox in 2009. I love this clash of stuff all over the place.
I believe you can walk up here. Yeah. Yeah, like this is one of the invisible paths that I was talking about. Toy Kyle asks if the end of project tape has the source assets used in the CGI FMVs. It's supposed to. Unfortunately, it doesn't, and I'll get into why that is. There wasn't any damage to it or anything. But we will be getting into to some very interesting stories for the CGI in this game. The cutscenes that play in between levels. Whoops! I just realized I was muted that whole time.
No, I could hear you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Where I was talking about the cutscenes?
Yes, and
Oh,
how
okay.
the assets weren't on the tape. Yeah.
That was weird. I looked down and Discord showed me as muted. So, okay. Um, yeah, so I'll save that for a time when we're talking about the cutscenes. Well, yeah, you might still have some something to see, Toy Kyle. Um, Perhaps we can't re-render the FMVs, but there's still some interesting things to go over there.
I think a lot of this stuff is no longer working.
If I
Yeah, with
recall,
yeah, I was just going to say that some of the resources and assets might not actually be available there because this development version actually had some assets burnt onto the development cartridge, but it also had dependencies on some assets that would be pulled in dynamically over from over the dev kit itself. So yeah, certain levels, certain assets, certain sound effects simply will not appear and might cause a crash because it's expecting a connected dev kit. So that'll be why.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, maybe it's probably a good idea to move on from this one.
sure. Actually, let's check out the developer menu first, the debug menu.
In this build,
Yeah,
how do I access that?
it's just develop right at the bottom.
Oh, my bad.
Frisha asks if the dev kit itself was lost to time. The hardware, um, I don't know if the hardware itself is gone. I know that I have seen a picture of a dev kit, but the dev kit itself isn't gonna contain any data, so there isn't anything to preserve there. Even if I have seen a picture of one of the Blitz N64 dev kits that still exists. Uh the the streaming would occur from some hard drive or some computer of one of the developers who was working on it. And that presumably, like all the hard drives from that point, probably have been lost to time. But we have lots of stuff. Um, let's see here. Hero and Ace asks, was that the SGI? The SGIs were used for Frogger 1. And luckily Frogger 2 didn't use any Silicon Graphics workstations. I don't know, Andy. Did you ever have an opportunity to work on a Silicon Graphics workstation?
I did have a brief period of time where I got to play on the SGIs, but it wasn't for a Frogger project. It was something completely different. So I'm not familiar with how they're used in any form of game development, sadly.
Yeah, I think by the time you were working on games, they were mostly phased out of game development, anyways.
Yeah, they were expensive. Frogger 2 is simply an official Nintendo 64 dev kit from Nintendo, Windows PC, and dev tools from SN Systems.
Yeah.
I can't remember the figure, but they were quite expensive, the dev kits. And I remember in the first week or two of starting work at Interactive Studios, as I mentioned earlier, right at the start of the stream, I was on my own for the first few weeks, basically in a room on my own, and I thought I'd actually broken the dev kit at one point because one day I was just sort of busy working. And have you ever done that thing where you stand up, forget you connected your headphones, you've got cables around? I stood up, walked away, and yeah, I was tangled in cables and ended up pulling all the cables and the Nintendo 64 kit off the desk, and there's this almighty crash. And yeah,
Oh
thankfully,
no.
yeah, it's this brand new dev kit, and I thought, oh, here we go. Thankfully, it still worked. But it's one of those memories that still gives me nightmares some 20, 30 years later.
Well, it's good that nothing was broken.
Yeah, definitely. I hope the Oliver twins aren't listening. Actually, they probably don't know that. Sorry, Andrew and Philip.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll tune in for the whole thing, but they'll probably look at a clip or two or something. I don't know. Yeah, what we've got pulled up right here is the sound player.
You can hear how these are rendered out on the N64, which is honestly pretty impressive. The only thing we know about Toy Shop is that it housed the main theme of the game.
I don't know if I'd say that's the only thing we know about Toy Shop, but yeah, that's a pretty big part of it. Um,
I've said this before, and now I'm going to say it to this audience. It's always slightly annoyed me that sound effect in the Halloween track is ever so slightly out of sync with the rest of the song. It's not quite on the beat. That's it for songs. Honestly, sound tests are kind of a lost art. That's such an interesting noise. Was that in Glover? Is that the sound that
Yep.
everybody's talking about from Glover?
Yeah, that is from Glover. In fact, I think a lot of the sound effects in this list are coming from Glover, and I think these names for the sounds aren't correct, but I think this list may also come from Glover. I'm not completely sure. Either way, they come from somewhere that isn't Frogger. Like that right there is definitely Glover.
Yeah, I think we literally took the binary sound bank directly from the Glover Nintendo 64 build and dropped it in. Hence, yeah, these are from the likes of early versions of perhaps Chicken Run. Was it maybe Chicken Run? But certainly Glover anyway. Definitely Glover sound bank, I think.
Yeah, I can say that for sure. What you say is correct. I as I work to byte match this ROM, so we have a source backup, which builds a byte match for this ROM or close to a byte match. There's some unallocated memory garbage that wasn't zeroed out inside of the original ROM, um, so it's not a perfect byte match, but any part of the ROM that's actually used matches. Um, so I can confirm that the Glover bank sound bank was just ripped directly from Glover and just placed in Frogger 2, and that's one of the files that's put into the ROM. Um, I don't believe that there's anything from Chicken Run though.
No, I think you're right. I think it's a little bit too early for Chicken Run. That came a bit later on.
Oh, game crashed. Here's a good time to pivot somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah, this is a great time. So, as probably apparent by the sound player, this is the first Frogger build that we have that has music in it, and it has a lot of sound effects as well. The uh the the thing about the sound for this game is we have a very 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 extensive um backup of this game's sound history, and that means like I said it at the start of the stream on that stream is starting screen, but there were almost 200 songs that were rendered using original hardware and original software by a small group of video game music enthusiasts. And I'm hoping that we can get in, get into that a little bit. Maybe we might even listen to some of the early music, but we actually have a note from one of them uh, who did quite a lot of work on restoring the soundtrack, and I'm hoping Hellfire can pull
Yeah,
up
I got
that
it pulled
note.
up.
Yeah, and we can read through it. Uh, do you have any way to put it on screen, maybe? Um,
Sure.
if possible.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, I wanted to have this person join us and tell their experience restoring the soundtrack for this game, but they couldn't make it to the stream, um so a pre-written message will have to do. But
All right, so I'm just gonna straight up read it because, yeah. Hey, Hidden Palace, it's Cabulent. Not gonna be able to make it to the stream, but Nee wanted me to talk about how we had all the audio restoration done. So me and some people from the VGM server got involved when Infomaniac told us about it back in 2022. We had offered to help by asking if there was more beyond the programs used to fully restore these. He said that there were 19 discs worth of audio project for the game's entire dev cycle, and all of which totaled out to 165 unused songs, mostly drafts, for a game that only had 11 in the final game. And there were a few surprises, such as some unconverted N64 score in Cubase format, and even some drafted FMV scores. How this was going to be a pretty big project. How Nee originally had this set up was that for the VGM server, we would be placing together any of the tracks where those on the HCS and Highway Frogs side, like Rings, Mr. Pinball, and Asteroid BK, rest in peace, would later upload the content online. The first step was finding the missing samples within the projects. My friend Dumper Ghost had already found some of the things for the OST prior, and some during the beginning of the restoration, and those were references of others found within some of the projects, along with a CD of remaining samples. Older sample CDs were easy to obtain, so it didn't take long to restore anything made in Acid or some in Logic. The harder part came around with some older compositions. The composer for the game, Andy Morris, had switched between DAWs within the development cycle, from Cubase VST in the beginning to Sonic Foundry Acid, then to Logic Platinum by the end. And Andy had only used 2 hardware synthesizers throughout, a Yamaha EX5R and a EMU Proteus 2000, along with playing back sound fonts via a Sound Blaster Live sound card, and I think he was one of the first people to use mostly software plugins for effects back in 1999. Those led to crawling on places like SoulSeek and old internet archives to retain. So now some tech bits. Cubase was the most challenging, and I had to import the older format projects into version SX3 to convert them into something more modern like Pro 11, looking back and forth between VST 3.7 on a VM as well as whatever existing mastered songs there were in the repo. Hardware side, while Andy had backed up a lot of the EX5R tape files for most of the songs, he had only left a few for the Proteus 2000, leaving me and my initially friend Zephyr, until I got my EX5R, to do some guesswork figuring out which went where and what sound. Some projects did have references to which patch was assigned where at least, but others didn't include modifications to the onboard synth sounds, so having to guess the sound as close as possible in comparison. And there are a few that I completely winged it on, like the bluesy intro FMV score, since those projects didn't have any of that. For sound font playback, I used the Sforzando VST since it was the closest sounding to a Sound Blaster's Trimble imitations, like with the hardware synths. While a lot was retained, there were some gaps that needed to be filled in. All of the hardware recordings and sound font data was then recorded by one as a multitrack, then mastered out into one file, which was included with any of the Cubase projects within the repo. Overall, the process took almost 8 months to restore all the unused songs from only its materials on disk. Since it was frustrating as all hell to even set these things up on my own computer, I had included a WinXP virtual machine in the restored repo where you're able to experiment with the software and project files to an extent yourself. While I knew it was never going to be exact in accuracy given the 20-year-old tech gap, etc., it's probably still one of the most ambitious projects I've worked on thus far. On top of all the archaeology involved, it was actually really cool to see how a game soundtrack was scored from the inside out, and see how some of the others from video game music from VGM involved could say the same too. It seemed guerrilla to some extent, given that most of what Andy had was mostly reliable, or was mostly whatever was available for the time to be found in magazines, software, or downloaded from the internet. Not to mention how much he had worked on it within a year was insane. Some massive respect. As for the rest, while I haven't checked out most of the reel's progress, even just hearing a game's history was pretty amazing in itself, and somebody who really got into music as a hobby only recently taught me a lot. Or somebody who only got into music as a hobby really taught me a lot, sorry. There's been a crazy dev history for this game overall, more than I could really keep up with alone, and I'm sure that, and a lot than expected, something expected for Frog no less. I'm definitely waiting to see what's left of it on stream and later for sure. Super peace to Nee and the Highway Frogs, Infomaniac, VGM and other instruments server, Andy Morris and the rest of the Frogger 2 Blitz dev team, wherever they may be. Also, Andy Morris, if you're out there, please hit me a message. Cabulent not on Discord. Seriously, we should chat sometime.
Yeah.
That's
That
that.
was by that was by Cab or Cabulent Knot, who was a very key person in the soundtrack restoration. And while he did provide a virtual machine with everything set up, I didn't install VirtualBox in time. So I can actually demo some of the audio projects, but I can only do it through Acid. So maybe not as grand as his uh, capabilities and like what the work he was doing, but still I think a little cool to see on stream. Does anybody want to see that? The audio projects for Frogger 2.
I think it'd be cool. I love Sony Acid.
All right, let's take a look then.
Sony Acid is very, for me at least, at home because I know how to use Sony Vegas, and that's kind of derivative of the same software. So it all kind of meshes together in some beautiful way. head over to NeSnap stream.
Okay, so let's see here. I'm just gonna pick a random one, and okay, we have, yeah, and we can ignore the errors because it still works anyways for me. I'm sure Cab did not ignore errors, but yeah. So we could see here, this is the workspace that was used uh to make a lot of this stuff, and that's gonna include pretty much all of the samples. Like each of these, if we were to actually like open up this right here, we could see like all the various samples and such are available here, and if we just hit play, then we should hear it. We just hit play, then we should hear it. We just I'm not hearing it, but I hope that you guys are.
I have said not once, but many times.
How do they do that? Just mangle it. It's cool.
Get on up, Jack.
Okay. I wasn't able to hear any of that, so I think it's done. But
I can confirm it was good.
okay. Yeah, so they really I can't overstate how much work they put in, and I'm really happy with the results of what they were able to do. Like they in the release we have just a 7Z file that has wave file versions of pretty much everything that every audio project, everything that was in the backup. Um, he mentioned somewhere around 165 unused tracks. The total was around around 200, and they put a lot of effort into getting that audio sounding good. There's really a lot of unused stuff, and I we could listen to some of that. It's up on the cutting room floor if after the stream you guys wanna take a look and give it a listen, or we could do it now if uh if that's if we really want. I'm looking at the amount of prototypes that we're looking to get to, and I'm that's what I've got my eye on. So we could listen to some of that, or we could move on to more prototypes.
I think maybe you should play a song or two more at least,
Okay.
because I have to uh, head off for one moment. I'll be right back, but
Yeah. Okay,
I'm just gonna
perfect.
mute. So
Let's get some going then. I'm just gonna pull this up real quick. So yeah, as you can see, there are quite a lot of tracks that we can look at. Some of the interesting ones to me, I guess I'll just go with the ones that I find interesting. Um, the garden track went through quite a bit of differences. So why don't we uh start with this one, for example. So pretty close after that first one that was completely different. They pretty much figured it out. Sorry, I don't know if there was feedback there. I'm trying to listen to the audio so I know when it's actually finished. But um let's see here. There's another garden track that went unused, so I'm gonna try and see if I can find that real quick. Um Here we are. There were a lot of differences that went them, so I'm just hoping to pick ones with a lot of variety here.
welcome back, by the way. Just figured I'd let you know.
The music's playing. Oh, thanks for letting me know. All right. I think I'm going to move on to the space world next because whereas the garden had a lot of variety in terms of they tried a lot of different things, um, space is interesting because there's really one main title, and you can see a lot of changes throughout time and how it kind of morphed into a different uh, and how it morphed over time, basically. For those wondering, Hellfire was the one who made those gifs of the dancing frogs.
You'd be surprised how much mileage that oops, sorry. You'd be surprised how much mileage that that model has got me.
Yeah. And there is so much here in terms of like music. Like we could spend the entire rest of the day like just listening to music. But I think it's probably time that we moved on to more prototypes. But yeah, I mean, this is available on like the cutting room floor. It's also in the release itself that's happening today. So yeah, there's tons to listen to. But yeah, I guess it's I noticed on the on our kind of list of stuff that we want to go over, I believe I forgot to put in a prototype on there that the one that we're doing next. Um I believe it's the February one, so I guess I'll pass it off to Hellfire now for that next one.
Bear with me. Which are you referring to?
Yeah, I have it labeled as February yeah, February 2000. Let me see if I can find the exact date real quick. Um, MS 5 underscore precon 1.0.
One moment.
Do you if you don't have it, then maybe I hallucinated that and never. No,
I'm
I'm pretty sure
seeing
we were gonna cover that one.
oh, PS1 Milestone 5. Is that the one?
Um, I think that one's from April.
Uh, you are probably hallucinating that one then because I'm seeing between uh Milestone 5 from December of 99 to April 2000. I don't see anything in between.
Then I may have forgotten to list that as one that we would go over. That's
Maybe I
okay. We
have the file, but you didn't put it in our plan.
Perhaps. Yeah, no, I didn't put it in the plan, it looks like. If you have the file, we can go over it. Otherwise, we
From
can just do
February, I see it. I see it right here. Okay, that
Okay,
sounds good.
perfect.
We'll just wing it.
Yeah.
One moment, please. Are folks able to hear it?
Yes.
Okay. So we got a few options here. This is after the last one we played. This is 2 months after the
Yep.
last build, correct?
And this is a PlayStation build. This is the first PlayStation build that we have, and it contains a uh, further progress than what we saw in the last N64 build. It's kind of interesting how we have the final N64 build pretty much, and then the first PlayStation build we have is right after that because the first PlayStation build was actually quite a bit earlier in development, several months ago, but it the it seems like it wasn't very well archived the very start of the PlayStation development, and part of the reason that this had probably such a weird development was because um, the PlayStation uses fixed point numbers as a way of working with of decimal numbers, and whereas the Nintendo 64 used floating point numbers, and so there was a very big code discrepancy between the two versions because of this, and it was likely that there was even another team, Team Recoil, may have been brought in to help assist on this for the very start of the PlayStation prototype. I don't have full 100% confirmation on that, but that's what I think happened. And so what that means is that there's uh this was actually a pretty tumultuous time in development, and only in a future prototype will those two converge when they drop the because when they dropped the N64 version, they had no need for floating point support anymore, so they merged the code bases together. But we're not there yet, so we can see this this right here.
Well, hit start game. One of those instances where I'm also not seeing anything in the log. Okay. Level select.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. This has no sound.
Yeah, this build has no sound yet. And it's quite this build is quite laggy as well, because um they especially at the start of the PlayStation version's development, it was very much just converted from the other platforms, and the priority was first like making things work, and any changes for performance came afterwards. That's part of why it looks uh so janky, is that the port just hadn't put any time yet to making it not be super jank.
Looks like the level design is more complete.
Yeah, yeah. The levels are more up to date as they've had more time.
Death animations, that's cool. I mean, in some weird way, a lot of people are saying it looks worse than the previous prototypes, but I feel like it's starting to come together, at least to me.
The level graphical fidelity is definitely up, but I think they're just more glitches, and like it just has a lot of jitter. It's really slow. I definitely see what everybody's talking about.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, and this is a really fun thing. After you finish this level, it restarts, and Frogger's massive for some reason.
Crashed. I'm also not getting any TTY output from this build. I don't know if that's something to do with my settings
Uh,
or if it's something to do with...
yeah, I might check your settings to see if
It totally is. Yeah, there's just no TTY in this build.
okay.
Weird. Okay. Well, let's go through.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if any of the super retro levels are here.
Actually, I want to look at this.
Sure.
If it'll even load. It won't.
Yeah, the hub world was probably removed by this point.
I should make a save state here. I don't know what happened. There we go. I'm gonna make a save state right here. We got some city levels. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe this is doing that thing that that Andy was talking about earlier, where it's trying to connect to a dev kit and it can't.
It's possible. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know offhand. The question of is Andy still around? I'm not sure.
Yep, still here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible it could be looking for a dev kit. Unfortunately, when I left the N64 version, I went straight onto PC. I think a guy Byron took over the PlayStation version, so I'm not particularly up to speed on the technical details of the PlayStation Dev Kit version, unfortunately. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was expecting a dev kit to be connected. That would make sense. Yeah.
Was it intended that there was going to be health removed, hence why I can't see how many hit points I have left? Or is that what I'm seeing in the bottom corner there, the 2? Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, I wonder the same thing. I'm not sure though. Early in development, Andy, did you guys have a good idea of what you wanted to use coins for? Because there were garubs in the earlier prototypes, and there were coins in this one. Um, in the final, what they do is they unlock bonus levels, they unlock super retro levels, etc. Like new characters you can play as, concept art.
Yeah, I think the intention was always to have the coin basically. I think the early sprites that were in place, the kind of the pulsing orb or frog spawn type placeholders were purely that they were placeholders. And from what I remember, coins were, yeah, it's sort of your in-game currency, as it were, to unlock those levels and characters later on.
Okay. Oh, there was something I actually just found yesterday, completely by accident, that I hadn't heard anything about before. I found some 3D models for Frogger, that appear to be apparel, like cosmetic apparel, like a model of sunglasses, an afro, um, a top hat, stuff like that, stuff that would go on Frogger's head. And they were the models were actually dated fairly late in development. I had never heard any mention of them before. Does that ring any bells or?
Yes, there was talk of sort of some almost novelty items that could be attached to the skeleton of the Frogger model or other models, but I think the idea was pretty quickly abandoned. Hence why they never appeared in the final game. It's interesting actually. I didn't think they had made it into the archives, but it's good to know that they are there because it was literally a couple of conversations from what I remember. So that to know that Sandro or somebody on the team actually went ahead and did make those, that's quite interesting. And yeah, that's the first I know of it really. That they actually do exist beyond just having brief conversations about them. So yeah, I've something new that I've learned today as well. That's great.
That's really awesome.
I have a feeling a lot of these levels here aren't going to load.
Yeah, I
Very
seem to
retro.
recall that this build had a lot of levels that did not load.
Am I hallucinating this, or was there a build that had quite literally a one-to-one like arcade Frogger in it? I
There
feel like
was
we
that
missed
was
that.
that was the one that was posted online in like 2005 or something.
Ah, okay. So that's not in any of the ones we've been looking at
Right.
here. I see.
We can move on to the next one since most of the ones aren't
They're not loading.
showing up here. I believe that's the April 5th one. I believe.
Yeah, April 5th.
Yeah, April 5th. And we're gonna get an opportunity very soon to talk about the cutscenes in this game, and there's really a kind of an interesting story with them and why they're so uh interesting. For those who have seen them, you probably remember them for how goofy they look.
Yeah, now I'm seeing a TTY log. Ah. Suddenly things are starting to make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I will warn you, some of the menus here are a bit unstable, and sometimes they won't go away. But this is one of the first glimpses of a near final looking UI. I mean, it's still far away from final, but it has the same general concept as the final.
It's loading, guys, I promise. Things are starting to look a lot more... Things are starting to come together here.
And our favorite sound effect is back from earlier.
I think that's coming from the alligator or whatever, crocodile. The sound effects are there. And this room is here. Oh, the frame rate's great in here.
Yeah, and the textures are all pink.
I have to
Pink
leave
was-
from a different point that I enter.
Yeah. Yeah, the pink is actually the color they use to indicate transparency on their textures.
Can I achieve a better frame rate if I overclock the emulator?
I don't know.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I think you'd also speed up the game logic. Which may or may not work okay. Yeah, I don't know the details of the options on that right now.
Wow, it called me average. Gotta be so blatantly.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, this one is interesting. There's another build at some point. I don't think it's one of the ones we're gonna show where it actually shows the 3D models here, like like under a spotlight kind of deal. Like you get to pick one, and either Frogger or Lily will like come a little closer to the camera or something like that. I don't know how much of this I'm remembering right, but it does show the 3D models of the characters on that screen, and it's a character select because they were still figuring out like what was the flow of the levels, which levels came before which, and what parts of the game went where.
Final game was not this laggy, right?
Um,
I know
on
that there were some parts that
PlayStation,
were kind of low frame rate, at least on PS1.
yeah, on PlayStation the lag is pretty brutal, but I think I think it plays a lot smoother than this, even if I'm not sure if the frame rate is better. I think the frame rate is better, but it plays a lot smoother in general. Some of the issues here are issues like bugs, not just that. That was actually an interesting thing. This game actually had variable frame rate handling, so it actually handles different frame rates and tries to update with that in mind. It's not perfect, as we've seen when working with the PC version. There had to be a lot of fixes for stuff that they forgot or didn't have enough precision uh, for it to work right. But yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the games from the era don't even attempt to do that.
I feel like I'm sucking. I just keep dying. There we go. I feel like this level is mostly unchanged from the final game. Uh,
Yeah, I don't think the platform came up that you needed to get there. Yeah, it looks like it's broken. You might need to. Oh, okay. It was just invisible.
you get the idea. Wondering why we aren't hearing any music.
I don't think there's any
there
music in this build,
was none.
but the next one will have some.
Oop. It's interesting to see these city levels because there's just nothing to really... I mean, I think this level was in a, if I'm not mistaken, this exact level was in an N64 build. Like, the N64 build.
Yep. Yeah, the really early one.
The one that was, out years ago.
Yeah, Wettest Bucket says that they don't remember this level. And yeah, the entire city area was cut from the final game, but it was actually there even pretty late in development. There are a bunch of different city levels.
I mean, I won't lie, this feels pretty good to play. Like, overall, aside from the frame rate, like, they're really getting down the, Where am I? Yeah. And then I'm a big fan of these graphics that the frogs, when they croak, and there's like a ring that kind of expands to kind of alert the player where they are. I mean, it's just great. I say as I die again and again. Oh my god. I think I'm understanding what you were saying about the city levels just not having a very strong gameplay, what's the word, like, identity. Because it just kind of feels like, I don't know, the levels aren't as streamlined as the others.
Yeah. Yeah. Are any of the other city levels playable?
I'm curious. I remember seeing a screenshot for the city streets level years ago, like many, many years ago, and being really confused as to what I was seeing because it looked like the final game. Like it looked like a completed level in the final game. But oh, this level doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, they all got to a point of graphical fidelity that could be considered final or near final. It really just came down to the gameplay mechanics, I think.
Yeah, it crashed.
All right. In the interest of time, do we want to move on to the next prototype?
I think so. Let me... Give me 1 second here. There we go. Okay. And I will throw in the one from April 27th, 2000. This is a unfinished E3 build.
Yeah, what's interesting is this was actually several weeks before the final E3 build, I believe. I don't know exactly which date that was on, but um, it was old enough that I don't think this main menu that we're about to see was even the one that was used in the actual E3 build. There's another E3 menu screen in the backups that appears to have been used later than this one.
So we'll start with Haunted House. Very curious that they started off with a late level in the game.
Yeah, I have to imagine the thinking was about adding as much variety and wow factor as possible. Wow for 2000 video game standards, of course, though.
Something that I always got confused about when I was young is that later Frogger games added a way for you to rotate yourself before you make your double jump.
Yeah, and a lot of that came down to their focus on puzzle mechanics over arcade style gameplay.
But the thing that I would always get confused about in retrospect was like which games had that function and which didn't. And I would always,
Yeah.
I feel like I like psyoped myself into believing that Frogger 2 had that at some point.
It kind of does. When you double jump, you can actually change your direction if you time your press at the right time. So you can change your direction when you do a double jump, but you can't rotate in place. What? That is a pretty funky spot.
To do jumps like that, it's like, it requires like a, I don't know. It feels like I shouldn't be able to do that. Oh, they added colors for the baby frogs finally. BS. That was also BS. Wow. These hitboxes are just destroying me right now. What the heck?
Yeah, some pretty janky collision detection going on there.
Shoot.
Yeah, Number mentions that these hitboxes are not E3 ready. There are a lot of things about this build that wasn't E3 ready. That's why it took another few weeks before this was ready. The other levels have other things, and we found I believe there are some debug controller buttons still enabled and stuff. So there are definitely some things about this.
I've gotten a crash.
Oh yeah, and it also crashes frequently.
Can't remember if the final version of the game actually had the kill animations in. You know, where Frogger was hit with the axes there in the Halloween level. Whether or not it retained
it
the
did.
it's where it's split in half, cut
Oops.
him open.
This is not the right,
I know the split them in half, cut them open thing is used somewhere. I don't remember if it's used by those axe swinging a statue guys. But it is used somewhere at least.
Okay.
Okay, MNL27 says it is used on the axes in the final.
Cool. Thank you.
There we go. There we go. Okay. This level is in the prototype, but not selectable. And it went back to the main menu.
Wait, on its own, it just went back to the main menu?
Yeah, it was weird.
Huh.
That was all me. The music also sounds unfinished. Oh. Song kind of goes crazy. Kind of all over the place though.
Yeah, I think this song is pretty polished in the final build, and this is another one of those songs where where the base concept for what the song was figured out pretty early, but it took a lot of iterating to really iron out the details.
I think this is pretty close to being ready for E3.
Minus the crashes, debug keys, issues with like hitboxes. Like there was definitely a lot of minor polishing that needed to be done, but you can also see that the core of what needed to be here for E3 was here.
What's the debug key?
I don't remember. I think it's probably one of your L and R buttons.
Chat is calling me average. Pretty sad.
Yeah, there you are. You're teleporting to the baby frogs. That's the debug key.
Wow, I can't believe I just beat that level. I beat the time. Okay.
You beat time itself.
Oh, the game crashed. Great. You guys see this?
I think so. Or we were seeing it for a second, and now it's frozen. Yeah, we can't see it right now.
Okay. Hold on one moment. It's that song that we've heard 8 times this stream. Wait, is that our first model of Swampy in-game?
I think it is.
First time we see Swampy. I mean, the wow factor's there. I'm playing this. I'm like, wow. That's a game.
Yeah, right here it can be pretty brutal to judge where you're supposed to hop when he drops like a frog there.
Oh. If you get past all of like the auto scroll stuff, like, does he just go infinitely after that? Is that how that works? Oh.
I'm not sure I understood the question. Oh, really? In the final game, those missiles and mines are colored by lane? I'm not sure I noticed that. Yeah, I think you might be stuck there. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. What's the key to open
Select.
that? Select, okay.
Two-player. I don't have another controller, so
I don't even know
Just
if that
kinda-
works, to be honest.
do we want to talk about the FMVs?
Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, this the cutscenes or the FMVs for this game were kind of a mini disaster. Um, I say that there in the final game they appear after you complete a level, and so they tell kind of a story, right? Like why is Frogger going around saving baby froglets? Well, it's because the baby or it's because Swampy stole the babies, for example. And so as you play through, you kind of get closer to like seeing what happens and resolving that. Um, the problem is they're pretty poor quality and low production value compared to when compared to the rest of the game. They feel a little bit out of place. Um, and there's just a bit more to the story than they were bad. There's a pretty good reason why they were so bad, and we're gonna get into that. But I think before we really get into that, we should probably watch the cutscenes first to like see what that uh what they actually look like, since I'm sure not many of us have seen these recently.
Am I just gonna play all of them?
Um, I
How
think so.
long?
If people start to like get bored, like yeah, we get the gist, like say so in chat.
I mean, this is a total of probably about 4 minutes, if not less.
Yeah,
Actually, now that
yeah,
I think about it.
it's really not very long. So
So something I want to add here is that yes, these are the technically speaking the raw AVI files, which is also part of the whole set here. These aren't compressed down to PlayStation videos. These are like the actual FMVs.
yeah, these are the highest quality forms that nobody has ever seen it in this high quality before outside of the people working on it. So enjoy it in its 640 by 480 quality.
I say that in jest a little bit. Oops. Tell here is that Swampy is an alligator or crocodile from Frogger that is jealous that he didn't get his own like Frogger did. And so he's doing all this because he's jealous.
I think you better cut out. What he's saying is that he didn't get his own video game like Frogger did.
Yeah, this is the next game plan card. I think that they're cute. I think that they're not trying to be anything more than they are.
Yeah, I like him, to be honest. But I kind of wonder what could have been from what we'll be looking at.
He let himself into the cage and be trapped.
In the last level, you actually get to play as that small blue frog that you see jumping around like there. So you actually get to save Frogger and Lily as Tad.
Spoilers.
Wow.
I always thought it was weird that Swampy's plan was to shove a bunch of tiny baby frogs into a box and ship it, and not expect them to just die by the time somebody bought them, and like of starvation. That's the game.
Yeah. So now we can get into kind of what happened there and how those came to be. Um, the let's see here. I have lost myself in my notes. Yeah, Blitz had the talent to do it properly. Like Andy mentions, it was Sandro De Cruz, I believe. Sandro Cruz, De Cruz.
Da Cruz, yep, Sandro De
Yeah.
Cruz, yeah.
And he was very talented, but they they needed to put their efforts onto the game itself. Like all the artists who were working on Frogger 2 were working on making the animations look real good, like having polish, making characters, etc. in the final stretch of the game. And so they actually wanted to outsource the creation of these cutscenes instead.
I think one
But
thing just worth mentioning there is that in the first instance, we had hoped to use the in-game art assets and characters to do the cutscenes, using the actual in-game
right.
3D models.
Mhm.
And Sandro is a little bit disappointed that he wouldn't get the opportunity to do that. It then became apparent that we'd moved towards FMV, and I think Sandro also wanted to do the FMV again because that was what he was very good at doing. But again, as you just mentioned, time constraints, um, budgets, that sort of thing, just meant that getting Sandro to do that wasn't feasible because we needed his efforts on bringing life to other characters in the game.
Yeah. And even worse, when Blitz set out, uh they originally were looking for companies. They had around 3 months before the game was supposed to be completely finished, and they had a company who was working to create the FMVs, and that company was not communicating very well. They weren't sending updates. They weren't showing progress of what they were making. And so with only about like a month and a half left in before the game was supposed to be completely finished, um, Blitz basically just had to cut it off and say, okay, we have to find somebody else to do this. And um, just a day or two after they sent an email saying that the contract was terminated and they had to go with somebody else. That's when they actually received demos showing the progress that first company had made, and according to the emails, that progress was very was good. It looked great. But Blitz had already been looking for other people to take over the contract and do it instead in only a month and a half, and that's what ended up happening. They had already gone with another company, even though they got materials that looked pretty good. It's unclear to me if the reason was that they had already signed the contract with the other company, or if the issue was just the communication issues weren't fixed. That I don't know. Um, But yeah, to that second company's credit, they did actually pull it off. Like all the videos you see there, the core of them were done in just like 6 weeks. 6 weeks for like 12 videos. So um they did make something that was functional in the extremely low amount of time they were given. But it's just we're gonna be looking at the storyboard next for these cutscenes, because that's because we can see a vision that was a lot uh had maybe a little bit more polish and was well thought out, at least in my opinion. Yeah, so I guess this document that we're looking at is the storyboard document, and it was one of the documents and assets sent to the company that was doing that. Toy Kyle asks, what of the assets used in the FMVs then? Are they still around? The company that did the FMVs was contractually obligated to send all of the source models, 3ds Max, scene files, and everything required to make the FMVs in case Blitz was needed to make any last minute changes to them, but they never did. So unfortunately, there are no backups of the FMV source assets, because the company that was legally required to share them just didn't share them, and it's a shame. There were some upset words about that back in the day, but yeah, it kind of stinks, because it would be really nice to have those files, but it's not the end of the world, in my opinion, at least.
I had said a bunch of things about what I'm looking at right now on screen, and I realized I was muted the whole time. But
Gotcha.
I was talking about how that, yeah, that's why there was a huge pause. They talk about how they don't really want any of the cutscenes to run longer than 30 seconds, because they think that the player is just gonna bypass it and skip it because they're bored. So that kind of explains how or why every single cutscene doesn't really exceed that. I mean, some of them run like a minute, like the last cutscene runs for a minute, and the one where there's Swampy the game runs for a minute, but all the other ones pretty much last like 30 seconds to a minute, somewhere in there. But kind of get a look at all the different drawings that they wanted to kind of portray the cutscenes with. And again, this helps also, like, looking at something like this helps kind of understand like what they're trying to portray with the cutscenes a little bit. Even though,
Yeah.
like, you can watch the cutscenes from beginning to end, you kind of get a gist of it, but like, I feel like there are definitely subtle things that they wanted, and then that didn't just they didn't translate into a 3D animation whatsoever.
Yeah, there were tons of subtle things in these drawings, and even just things like the camera angle and positioning, um or the omission of certain certain parts, or just the artistic, like the way that the pictures work, because there's a lot of things here where the characters in 2D, for example, like are way more expressive and have a lot more ideas than where that eventually landed.
They're really cute. I love this art style. I mean, all in all, I feel like they successfully did a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, like it's. I think it's actually kind of impressive how much that company was able to do on such short notice. Like, um, it's yeah, it's they got everything necessary to convey the core of the story, it just wasn't quite didn't quite have the degree of quality or polish that maybe a little bit more time or higher budget or etc. would have done. But
I hate to say it, but
yeah,
like I think it would have been awesome if these were animated in 2D because it very clearly looks like that's a style that suits what they're trying to do very well.
I
And so like
agree.
to see this exact, obviously 2D animation is very expensive, unlike 3D animation, especially at the time. So
Yeah.
it makes total sense. But in a perfect world where there was no budgets and no whatever, I think it would have been awesome to see these in 2D animation.
I like how right here we were gonna see gameplay of quote unquote Swampy the game. It's a little bit lower. Um, and it was just something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something funny.
Swampy runs through garden level, blasting baby frogs with water cannon. You cannot have gore.
Drops gun, pulls out water balloon grenade, starts.
Throws a water grenade.
Yeah,
That's funny.
and it totally misses the babies as well. And like that's the trailer.
I know what'll take care of these baby frogs. Water. I guess, you know, by Frogger logic, I guess that makes sense. But metal doors slam shut, Terminator 2 style. This is a great reaction image. The game. You just lost it, by the way.
Thanks.
I mean, they are so freaking cute.
Yeah.
The scene where he's knocking and his hand does not fit the ring that he's using. It just like goes out of sync with it. I always think about that. And then the log, where the texture of the log changes every other scene.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened here? Frogger is looking at the case. She's very happy sitting inside of it for some reason. Frogger decides that he wants to get in. And then all of a sudden the platform crumbles and the cage opens. I mean, I don't know how strong this was to begin with here. Platform crumbles into lava pit.
Yeah, like that sounds like it was like a trap left by Swampy or something. It makes a lot more sense than the final where he just walks into the cage for no reason.
And then closes the door.
Yeah, I kind of like that interpretation though, the final one where he just imprisons himself.
It's like, yeah, I came this far and I'm kind of sick of it. I'm over this. Okay, there's a scene where he's showing them exactly what his plan is that didn't make the cut.
Yeah, look at that.
Talking about sales of his game versus Frogger.
I don't remember seeing this. Maybe I missed it.
I don't understand this idea that he's putting the babies into the box Is the idea that he's like trying to package one free with every copy of the game? Is that the idea? Like I never really understood that, because this is a manufacturing plant for his game, and he's like
Yeah.
printing discs and putting them in the boxes. But what do the babies have to do with it?
I think that's just supposed to be like funny, like yeah, like a free cereal toy or something.
I don't think we understood it either when we were putting this together.
It's funny. I think it's
I'm
good.
I'm actually curious to read the description here. Swampy reveals the Frog's his unstoppable plans to create the ultimate computer game, starring himself as a powerful, mighty hero. He goes on to describe how he aims to crank up the huge game-making machine, which is linked to factory conveyor belts that churn out the game into mass-produced home computer CDs, containing a free baby frog inside every box. Okay, I guess that makes sense. His master plan and revelation is aided by visuals such as diagrams and slideshows showing Swampy's marketing statistics, posters, and finally the game's sales predictions, grossing 10 times higher sales than Frogger's game. That's so meta and funny, and I'm very sad that didn't make the cut. I feel like that's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like they clearly Blitz had a clear vision for this, and I kind of wish we got to see that vision.
It's very self-reflective. It's like, yeah, Frogger sold really well. It's like a free, like, gloating card. Like, yeah, Frogger was the 7th most best-selling PlayStation game. We can do this. Anyway, there also another thing is there's never an ending to Frogger 2. Like, the house explodes. And then there's no, like, this doesn't ever happen. Like, there's no shot of all of them together as if, to wrap it all up, to tie it all together. It just kind of zooms out. Oh, he's dead, guys, and then the game's over.
Yeah. The one thing that is there is if you look in the left bottom corner of the screen, it shows Frogger and all the baby froglets and Lily standing there looking at the house exploding, which I guess kind of is like, yeah, they got out safely, but it's very easy to miss that, and it's not very much.
Yeah, like, I feel like it requires another scene afterwards, kind of portraying them like, oh yeah, we're back to our home, we're safe, we're sound, everything's good.
Yeah, it is very abrupt.
It just ends. Especially considering here in the storyboard, it's clearly stated that they wanted another scene. They wanted to move on to the 20th shot of a totally different scene of that, and they just didn't do it.
Yeah, like I said, 6 weeks is really not a lot of time to do something like this. Like, because they had to make different environments, they had to make new like 3D models, they had to like I'm not a 3D animator. I guess I don't really know like how much time it took, but I can imagine that there was actually a significant amount of work, and that it is not super easy to make those so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Andy, do you have any opinions on that? Like, I know you're more comfortable with 3D animation tools.
Yeah, I think that although it's kind of a bad or a good thing, depending on your opinion of the quality of the FMVs, but in reality, as you mentioned there, Nee, the fact that they had to build even relatively simple 3D environments, they had to create the characters, animate them to get that level of FMV done in 6 weeks, including tweaks and changes. It's a pretty incredible job, to be honest. So, whilst they might not be the most polished or the highest quality, what they did actually produce that we've just looked at there is outstanding work for the fact that it took 6 weeks of effort. So all I can do really is applaud them. I think it's quite outstanding.
Yeah,
I have to agree. I have to agree with that. I feel like with a limited amount of time, 6 weeks, like, holy crap. I mean, yeah, I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah. I think we can move on to our next prototype.
I agree.
Yeah, we're starting to get pretty late in development. We only have 2 more prototypes, but after that, I'm gonna talk a bit about the tape backup, and what tell that story, what it took to preserve it, what was at stake, why the tape was damaged, etc., etc. And I think it'll be really interesting because it's there's everything which could have gone wrong went wrong when recovering data from this tape. Like, yeah.
If I could break off for about 60 seconds, I will be right back. And then we will proceed with the next prototype.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, Number mentions the Frogger memes have been on point. Yeah, we've had a few years to put together quite a few Frogger memes, and Hellfire is certainly one of the one of those at the forefront of making those memes. So yeah. Did I also mention that the source code for Frogger Game Boy and Frogger 2 Game Boy Color are included here, and maybe if we have time, I might go over a little bit of stuff regarding that. They're technically completely different games than like Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge, the game that we've been going over, and of course, because it's like a Game Boy Color edition of the game. But yeah. All right. While we're in this break, how's everybody doing? Enjoying the stream? Any questions, like feedback? Just looking for any kind of.
I have returned.
Oh, and he's back already.
The next one on our list. Well, Knee-Snap's question is still relevant if anybody has any inquiries, or questions, or anything that they want to see.
Were Game Boy games part of the same archive or just released together? Technically, they're just getting released together. The bottom left frog doing Rickroll. I don't know. I think that's a question for Hellfire here.
That is, yes.
Okay.
Bottom left Frogger is doing Rickroll. It's so all of the Frogger GIF animations you've been seeing on this stream are actually a very bastardized version of the Frogger 1 model, where I stretched out all of his limbs to fit the Fortnite skeleton, and then I would just import Fortnite animations on top of him and just render them out. I made like probably 8 or 10 of them, but I lost the Blender file, so if I want to make more, I have to do that.
Yeah, so the question is posed, why did they animate in 2D instead of 3D? Or sorry, why did they animate in 3D instead of 2D? And the answer is probably budget. I don't know that for sure, but it's Yeah, it's expensive to do 2D animations, as Andy pointed out. And probably some other part of it was this was still kind of the era where 3D was pretty new and exciting, um, and to some extent that kind of biases everything towards 3D a little bit.
All right. So our next build is June 9th, 2000. And I'm loading that as we speak.
Bartman asks if there's any info on how the Game Boy Color version was made, or if anything from the main project was repurposed. Very little from the main project was repurposed. I don't think the people working on the Game Boy Color version even really knew that much about the main Frogger 2 game, because it has things like an ice world, which didn't exist in the in that. Let's see. I take it end of project tape will see some form of release. Yes, the data from the tape, as with everything else, is all in the released archive, or it will be released, I believe, later today. Yeah, we'll be talking about the tape very soon.
So we're starting to see a little bit of a... This is getting very close to how the game finally looked. Is this the one with the certain FMV in it?
Not yet.
Oh, we have voice acting now, too.
Chunky asks, you saw that boss arenas were created, but does anything exist of the actual fights that would have taken place in them? That's a good question. If much exists, it's not very much, and I think some of the papers that talk about mini games may refer to some of those levels. I don't actually know offhand. Andy at one point mentioned that that boss fights were planned to us. So I so that's probably what some of those were, but I also have personally started to wonder if boss just stood for a particularly grand or difficult level than it did like a boss fight. Although that is just speculation on my part.
You're right. Originally, it was intended that there would be effectively some boss encounters, but it was just too big for the time that we had available to do the game. So they got dropped pretty early on. But if you cast your mind back to those the early development documents that you showed at the beginning of the stream, you had the graphic that showed the branching worlds where you could effectively choose a path, and
Mhm.
you'd go off, and and eventually that path would converge, come back together. Um, and originally, it was intended that you could choose a different path through the game, and at various places you have these boss encounters of some form. But yeah, those branching levels and those different routes through the worlds obviously didn't make the final game, and unfortunately neither did any of the boss encounters. And we never really got to any point where we even came up with any ideas as how they would work, because it was dropped so early on, the idea.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess the minigame ideas may have just been multiplayer ideas then.
Hmm.
I mean, this is feeling really like the final game. Like, we went from, like, kind of buggy and weird to, like, really close to the final game within a few months. I didn't get all the coins. I'm sorry, everybody.
I think it's kind of cool how much the end of level screen changed between them, like the different camera angles attempted and how they colored the backgrounds differently.
I mean, I'm feeling the polish coming in quick here. My biggest feeling, and I guess complaint, not that anybody asked, about Frogger 2, is that I feel like the whole game is very linear, and like there's one path that you go from the start of the level to the end of the level, and there's not, aside from if you want to get all the coins, a whole lot of exploration. The game crashed. I feel like there's a lot of just kind of, I don't know. I don't really know how else to put it other than just you kind of get the whole level and you see the whole level from start to finish, you know? Whereas I feel like with Frogger 1 there was a lot more open-ended kind of exploration.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in those early days where we were exploring, at least as an idea, the branching paths through the different levels. The idea was that it would give a less linear route through the game and provide a bit of replay value. But yes, in the end, due to the cut down nature of the game and the limited scope compared to the original ideas we were coming up with, it does unfortunately give a very limited and linear feel to the game, the path through the game, and that's probably one of the big disappointments from the point of view of someone who worked on the game. It was the fact that the replay, limited replay, and the fact that we had these such great ideas and so many of the levels got cut when we could have provided quite a bit more variation in what we presented and different game mechanics, that sort of thing. I think as a game developer, we embark on these projects and develop these games from not just a way to earn a salary and to bring in money. They're very much passion projects. That's why we do it. That's why we work the crazy hours. And so it's always disappointing. We as developers we share that disappointment as well, perhaps more so. And we've spent so much time on it, and we've not quite realised the vision that we perhaps quite wanted to realise. But going back to your original point there, I apologise for going off on a tangent. Yes,
Okay.
there is that linear feel to the game, and it's a shame. It's a shame. But
I really appreciate the insight from you on that,
no problem.
and in hearing it from somebody who worked on the game, that's also super cool to hear. Like it's interesting to hear, like in retrospect, like how you kind of view the project.
I remember it fondly, always will, especially with it personally being my first project in the game development world. So yeah, it's many happy memories.
I think you guys did a pretty good job. Like the game is very very polished. Um, for uh for I think what um what is generally the norm for a Frogger game.
I definitely think that Frogger 2 is the better feeling of the two games. I love the way that Frogger 2 feels to play, and visually it's gorgeous. I think it's great. In some alternate reality, I would love to see Frogger 1, but with the kind of vibe and style and aesthetic of Frogger 2. I feel like
Yeah.
that combining them would be super cool to see.
You know, that doesn't need to be an alternate reality.
True. True.
From a point of view of having been privileged enough to work on this, it's lovely seeing that there's still a following nowadays, you know, some 20, 30 years later now. That sounds scary, but it's nice to see there's such a following and that there's such a big, you know, speedrunning community and obviously Highway Frogs. And it was an honor when Nee reached out to me through LinkedIn and introduced me to the archiving projects that were going on and the reverse engineering of the games, that sort of thing. So I'd just like to say at this point, actually publicly, thank you, Nee, for inviting me along, and you know, it's really appreciated. Thank you.
Oh yeah, and thank you for joining us. It's been really, really nice to be able to talk to you, and yeah.
My pleasure. Thank you. Right, let's crack on. Sorry for the
All right,
going off on a tangent.
no worries.
I am going to say that that is what I'm going to call the limit of that that build. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else of interest in that build that you wanted me to particularly look at, but I felt
Oh.
like that was kind of everything.
Yeah, that seemed good to me. I think we're going to the June 29th build here.
Yep. I
Yeah.
probably should have made that clear. Yeah, I'm swapping out the disc for this is June 29th, 2000. I think that we had this exact discussion on one of our previous streams that we did a couple years ago now. Holy crap, it's been like a year, maybe 2 years. Wow. But like Frogger 1 was the first game that I've ever played, and it is the game that made me interested in video games. And so I remember when I was a kid and I heard that there was a Frogger 2, I was like, oh my god, there's a sequel? And so like this game to me is like extremely special, you know, because the Frogger games were extremely special and formative for me. And so like it's really an honor to be in a position where I'm like, you know, hearing all these various like development stories and stuff that is like forbidden knowledge. It's just incredible.
Does anybody else think the logo for Team Spirit looks a lot like the blue ghost from the Halloween levels? You know, that's a really good point. I don't think I've ever thought about that before. Is there any kind of link between those? I don't know if Andy would know that, but I'll ask.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was indeed modelled from the Team Spirit logo. So yeah.
Well, there we go.
Now we got the level complete music. And the baby frogs on the level complete screen.
Yep.
Get ready for this. Swampy origin story.
Oof. Yeah, everybody's asking what this is. I do believe it came from Action Man. Yes, it came from a different game and was used as a test. At least I think it was Action Man. I don't know which other game it could have been.
Yeah, I think it was Action Man because the Action Man game was being developed by one of the teams upstairs, and I'm pretty sure that was that was taken from Action Man. Yeah.
I saw that for the first time yesterday, and I thought it was really funny.
That's one of the big reasons why I included this prototype in the list.
I like how ultimately the team decided on using the graphics from Frogger 1 to portray the baby frogs in the corner. That's a
Yeah.
good little callback. I like that.
Especially after they kept changing it time and time again throughout development. Yeah, Andy has mentioned before that he's very surprised that there were any graphics or sounds at all from Frogger 1. That he doesn't remember that at all. But yeah.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting. I think it's interesting anyway. That at the point that I was working on this game, I hadn't actually played Frogger 1. I'd never played. I played the original arcade game from the 1980s, but I'd never played Frogger 1 He's Back, and I didn't realise at the time that the assets, sound effects, and the graphics, I had no idea that they'd come from Frogger 1.
Is that other game really called Action Man?
Yes, it is kind of a weird name. It was a licensed title, if I recall. So there was some. Was it also Hasbro? I don't remember. Yeah, it's a toy line. Yeah, so it probably was. It probably was Hasbro then. Yeah, it's kind of like how Hasbro also licensed stuff like for Beast Wars, Transformers. Right, UK G.I. Joe. That's right. I remember hearing that before.
Yeah, it's incredibly popular over here in the UK, and I think that G.I. Joe is probably it's the UK equivalent of your guys' G.I. Joe.
Funny. I don't know anything about Action Man.
Oh, there's another one here.
It's really cool to see because I didn't actually know that these were in the prototype. I've seen these before a couple of times, but I didn't realise they'd been dropped into the prototype. So yeah, this is cool. This is cool.
I believe these FMVs were actually made by Blitz. They didn't. These weren't outsourced. These were actually created in house.
Yep, I believe so. Pretty sure I can't remember the guy's name, but I'm pretty sure I remember these being built and rendered.
I really love this idea from a humorous standpoint of trying to understand these cutscenes from the perspective of Frogger. Like the giant T-Rex is just swampy and I don't know.
Yeah.
Something about merging those two is funny. Oh, this is the first time we're playing as Lily. I mean, largely this game is feeling like almost done.
Yeah, it's the game was originally scheduled to be completed the day after this build, but I don't actually know why that deadline was pushed back, but the game is pretty complete here, and beyond here there was just some extra time spent bug fixing and polishing, etc.
See, I'm not sucking anymore. The hitboxes actually make sense now. One could say skill issue, and you might be right. I'm really curious to know if there's other cutscenes.
We could take a look at the files on the disk later. Bartman asks when does Zapper show up? Yeah, interesting. We're actually going to be looking at concept documents for Frogger 3, a game that was never made, or it was kind of made, except it was made as Zapper One Wicked Cricket. The documents that we're going to see weren't really used for Zapper, I don't think, but Hasbro promised Blitz to work on Frogger 3, and then Hasbro didn't have the license anymore to make another Frogger game, so they let Blitz make Zapper One Wicked Cricket instead, which is pretty much a sequel to Swampy's Revenge, except it doesn't use any characters or yeah, exactly. It is a weird Frogger 3 with the license scratched off. And we also even have a couple extra game pitches for other Frogger games even later that ultimately never got made, but still cool.
Zapper's kind of like great value Frogger 3.
I have to be perfectly honest, I've never played Zapper. I've been meaning to for quite a while, but I've not got around to it yet.
I own it on Xbox, and I had intentions of playing it, but I never got around to it either. I think at this point, there's no more cutscenes.
Yeah, probably not.
I think it would be fair judgment to maybe say let's shift gears forward for the sake of time.
Sure. Yeah. I think we're on a good track. Okay, I have all the Frogger gifts up that need to go away, but I've got I've got the tape. I'm ready to talk about the tape basically. Let's see here.
We'll hand over the stage to eSnap.
You can switch it over to me whenever. I think we might be a little lost here. One sec.
It's okay. You can watch me pondering my frog orb.
I could also send you the link and have you put it up on screen if yeah. Um SSJ99 Lucario asked if the multiplayer door just opened. Yes. The multiplayer door was capable of shutting and opening in some of the builds. And I don't think that ever quite worked the way they wanted. So oh, here we are. Okay. Yeah, so the tape. The tape, let me see if we can get a get this on screen here. This is what the tape looked like. So, um imagine getting this and trying to get data off of something like this. Like the first thing that's going to come to mind is like, well, you can't just put it into something like a CD drive. Everybody's got like a CD drive, but tape drives are significantly more rare. And the problem was is that this I could tell just because looking at it, it it contained a lot of data on it. Like it's a 50 gigabyte tape allegedly. Um so you'd think that that would be like the main thing because going through the CDs, none of them had final backups. The final PC source code wasn't uh, put anywhere, etc. But end of project sounds pretty definitive. So it was pretty clear when digitizing a lot of this data that this tape was like the most important piece in order to having a complete backup of the game. And unfortunately, this was also the hardest to get back then. Yeah, Mike Garcia says that was probably half a hard disk drive back then. Yeah, this is actually quite a bit of storage back then, and it ended up not actually using the full 50 gigabyte capacity, but the um the uh the difficulty of getting data off this thing came down to pretty much anything that you could imagine going wrong uh went wrong, and that meant that includes stuff like professional malpractice, flat out lies in technical documentation, um like I the amount of time it took to get the data off this thing spanned almost a year. um and it was quite a journey, and I ended up enjoying it after the fact. It was kind of stressful during it because it felt like if I screwed up, the data would be lost. And so I'm gonna give the story here. I'm actually I wrote up a summary of what happened as part of I wrote up a bunch of documentation for how to recover data from these tapes. And as part of that, I wrote a summary of like the story of my journey recovering the data on this tape. So I'm gonna read through that, answer questions, and just give the kind of context of what happened. And then afterwards, we're gonna go through and maybe look at some of the things that are now possible because we recovered the data off of this tape. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna zoom in because I know that was something earlier that we determined to be good. Um, yeah. So I received a tape containing the end of project development for Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge, part of my favorite childhood game franchise. And I believe this tape to be the only backup of the final game source code, game assets, and other development data. To me, this data was priceless to recover, but how does one even read or write data from a tape? Why did they even use tapes? Well, back in 2000 when the game was made, the average hard drive seems to have been approximately 10 gigabytes and had much less longevity than a tape. On-stream tapes were also very appealing since they could offer 50 gigabyte cartridges at a price cheaper than most hard drives. And tapes are pretty great for backups too. They have pretty high longevity when stored properly. And at the time, it was just as easy to install a tape drive into a computer as it was to do a CD drive. You could just fit it right in there. And it used the same communication protocols as or not so much the protocols. It used the same like connectors that you would use for uh, a CD drive and such. Unfortunately, while the tapes have good longevity, the tape drives themselves did not. Specifically, this was on-stream tapes, which they released their first drive in 1999, but proceeded to go out of business very quickly in 2003. So, unlike other tape companies that have existed for a while, like with formats like LTO and other stuff. that the company is still around. They're not only were these drives not super common, but the company behind them went bankrupt pretty quickly. So that's that's pretty difficult if you need a tape drive in order to read a backup like this. And that was, of course, the first hurdle. The first hurdle was finding a compatible tape drive that could even read this. And unfortunately, here's where things already start to go wrong. Determining the tape drive that I needed as the on-stream SC50 model wasn't too hard since it was written on the tape itself right here. And I found one single business that was selling this drive. There was only one of these drives available on the internet. And unfortunately, when I put the tape into the drive, it would make some noise and it would blink a status LED and then automatically eject the tape. I tried different operating systems, different software versions, different software drivers, and nothing worked. And eventually, I concluded that the drive was broken. And upon looking inside, the rubber pinch roller inside had melted. I had trouble taking a photo with good focus, but you can see that it's clearly melted and sticky here. It has some blob residue. This roller right here is what's supposed to turn the tape. So when it's reading, the tape has to move across the tape head sensor right here, and so this obviously couldn't make any contact with the tape itself. And I tried to fix that drive, and let's just say that wasn't very successful. The thing at that point was that it was time to look for another drive, and there were no other SC50 drives for sale. As I said before, there was only one online, and so I tried a very similar drive instead, the ADR50E. And it was advertised as compatible with these tapes, and when it arrived, it appeared to work. And in fact, I had gotten a few other tapes for another game, Chicken Run, which is going to be which the files for that will also be getting released at some point soon. The and the thing is, the ADR50E could read those tapes. There was no auto rejection. There was no, there was nothing. I could use the standard Linux tape driver in order to read data off of that tape. Modimation asks if we got a tape containing the source code documentation builds internally emails. Yeah, exactly. The tape contains source code, documentation, builds. The whole stream, we've been going through a lot of stuff. It's been more than just a tape, but yeah. Right, back to the tape. I tried pretty much everything that I could think of with the tape, and but the problem was, even though I could read the Chicken Run tapes, I couldn't read the Frogger tape. So So the thinking was that that like this drive was advertised as compatible with these tapes. The drive could read other tapes by this same company, and it just refused to read Frogger. I would put it in, and it would accept the tape. It wouldn't kick it out like the other drive. But when I would send the command to read data, it would just return an error back to the computer. And then I was using the open source Linux ST driver, and so I did things like I reviewed the source code of the driver to ensure that like there wasn't anything else I might be able to do. And really there wasn't a whole lot that came up, so I incorrectly concluded that the issue was the tape itself, and that it must be damaged. what had actually happened was that the ADR50 drive was advertised as compatible, but it wasn't so simple. It was only compatible with tapes which were originally written with an ADR50 drive or with certain supported software. So there was a big asterisk on that wasn't so much included in advertising material. And it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if you don't buy a tape drive generally hoping for it to be compatible with a tape you wrote for another tape drive. You write a tape drive to write new tapes. Or at least that's what their advertising material is going to be about. And the Frogger tape was written with an on-stream SE50 drive, and it was not using some of the forward compatible software. So at this point, I didn't even know what software had been used to write the data, let alone this obscure quirk of the tape drive, which was advertised as compatible. So assuming the tape itself was damaged and defective, I sent it to a professional data recovery company. What was the worst that could happen? I found a company whose website said specifically that they could recover data from on-stream tapes. And they had the good, non-botted looking reviews as far as I could tell. I even got in contact with the general manager who made it sound like they had created their own proprietary machine which they could configure to read data from any tape. Like they had swappable tape heads and like it. What I think he talked it up a bit from what it actually was. Perhaps this company was fine for common data storage types like hard drives, SSDs, etc. But my experience with them was pretty awful. I do not think I will consider sending tapes to a professional data recovery company again, even for more common tape formats. Yes, Torkel asks if this is when the tape really got damaged. Yes, this is how it got damaged. And they clearly didn't even have an on-stream 50 tape drive, even though they advertised being able to recover data. Because if they did, any version of the official Linux kernel past 10 to 20 years ago shipped with a driver capable of dumping any on-stream tape. And that leaves them with that with that proprietary machine they mentioned. With the benefit and hindsight and additional research, I believe they were absolutely not capable of recovering that data. All they needed was like the real drive. All they needed to recover this data was the like real drive that you're supposed to use to get this. And what happened was they put it on something that wasn't the real drive. I don't know what they put it on, but we'll get there. On stream, the tape drive used technology that no other tape drive did. One example of the custom hardware would be the dedicated data processing chip. It's an ASIC, which was specifically designed for their machines, as opposed to the common chips available in other drives, such as Travan drives. The custom hardware was designed from scratch. So that and it allowed them to have more storage capacity than other tape companies could. And none of this was found in any other tape drive. The only way to read data off of one of these tapes is to use one of the original tape drives or the hardware inside of one. And I don't know what machine they put it into, but it was almost certainly never capable of recovering data from on-stream tapes, because if it was, they probably had like an on-stream drive to put it into. I don't know why they claim to be able to recover data from on-stream tapes, because it was downright false advertising. What this company should have done, this company should have not advertised the capability of recovering data from on-stream tapes. This company should have made the risks clear that they didn't know if whatever machine they used was even capable of recovering data from the tape, instead of pretending that they knew it could. And this company should not have told me that they could recover data from this tape. What this company actually did was they specifically advertised they could recover data from these tapes, and I was given an estimate of a week. Instead, over about the span of a month, I received very infrequent and vague communications from the company, despite me providing extremely detailed technical information and questions. While this was going on, I did further testing and research on my own with the drive I had at home, and eventually discovered that the true problem was needing the original SC50 tape drive, and that the tape likely wasn't damaged when I sent it. And since the data recovery company was taking so long and it didn't sound like progress was getting made, I asked for the tape to be sent back to me. The company sent back the tape and assured me that it will perform the way it did when we received it. That is a direct quote from what they told me. And that was a big lie. The tape I got back, whoopsie. The tape I got back had been ripped in several spots and stitched, or rather spliced back together. The only silver lining is that I made sure to pick a company that had a no recovery, no charge policy, so I didn't have to pay thousands of dollars, which is what they would have charged. And so yeah, here's a screenshot of their website. We can recover data from tape formats including on-stream ADR30 and 50 gigabytes. I don't know how they put that on their website. And it was too late when I got it back. The damage had been done by the data recovery company. And upon finally finally locating another SC50 tape drive, a working one this time, shout out to Hard for Games Anthony, my worst fears were confirmed. When inserting a tape, the drive reads special reserved parts of the tape for information like what kind of tape is inserted, what parts of the tape have factory defects, etc. And so only after that process is complete does the drive respond to any request by the computer. So I had the issue of if I wanted to tell the drive to do anything, no matter what, it would always try to read a certain part of the tape to look for defects on the tape. And the problem is that the splices, or where the tape got ripped, it didn't just prevent reading the area that got ripped. It prevented the drive so severely that upon just putting the tape into the drive, it would forever infinitely try to reread the area, and it would see the splice and it would realize something was wrong and then retry to read that area. So the drive would enter a state where you couldn't send commands to it, you couldn't do anything with it. It would just continually try to read the broken area. So it wasn't even possible for the computer to interrupt that process, since the drive was in a mode where it would not respond to any commands from the computer. And that was pretty devastating. And there was a degree of panic and stress. This was the only copy of this data, and I really wanted to get it. And it was all because I misdiagnosed the problem. I flooded with thoughts like, was I too impatient in diagnosing the problem? Why did I trust this data recovery company? I should have pressed harder and done more. This is probably where the story should have stopped. But those thoughts were short-lived. I care about this data, and I happen to know a thing or two about computers. Here's a photo of what that stitch looked like. And time and time again, I've come to realize that when you need something done right, sometimes you really do need to do it yourself. I don't think this is acceptable. Professional data recovery is expensive, very expensive. Recovering data from a single tape costs thousands of dollars, and if I hadn't chosen a company which explicitly had a no data recovered, no charge policy, I would have had to pay thousands of dollars for the privilege of having said company wreck the tape. That's insane, and I'm still upset that they told me they could even recover the data on the tape. It feels like they didn't take their job seriously, but if you asked me at the time, that wasn't what I was focusing on. I burned these negative emotions as emotional fuel. Months of research was spent understanding the drive, reverse engineering its firmware, studying its SCSI command interface, reading documentation, digging up patents, etc. While much was learned about the drive, the key breakthrough ended up being one of the simplest ideas. If the initialization process was the problem, the spot where it gets stuck, then what if we just skip that process? So the idea is if we inserted an undamaged tape, one that would actually finish the initialization, the setup process, and then trick the drive into letting us eject that tape and insert a new one in without ever realizing that the tape that's inserted had changed? Could we read data? And it turns out the answer to that was yes. And here's what that ended up looking like. These pads, I believe this one is ground right here, and these are just the sensors that basically indicate if a tape is inserted. And luckily, all we had to do was just make it look like a tape was always inserted, and we could forcefully use an ejection mechanism on the bottom of the tape to remove the tape and put the damaged one in. And you say this is real nightmare jank stuff. Yes, it absolutely is. This took a long time because of this. Right, it was just a matter of dumping the data with our custom driver, right? Like, and figuring out the format, right? Right. And here is a photo of the first successful dump of the data. This was a very emotional photo, a very triumphant one. So yeah, the data. Now that we have some of the data, we can just use it, right? Well, ArcServe sucks too. In the previous months up until now, the software known as ArcServe 2000 was determined to be the software which originally wrote the data to the tapes. The data which comes off of this tape is formatted in whatever way that ArcServe chose it. Unfortunately, that means that every single compatible backup software made used their own format, including ArcServe. So that's the challenge of doing a raw dump like I was doing here, where I got the raw data that was on the tape. There wasn't like a file system or anything. Well, the data contained a file system, but I just have like big binary chunks of data that I had to somehow get something useful from. And so what that means is let's see here. Unfortunately, it means that every single compatible backup software use their own format, including ArcServe. That's the challenge of doing a raw dump. If I were able to use the original software, like the software that was used to write the data, it would automatically give the data back in a usable form. Like you have a way to write the data, you can tell that software to read the data. But the problem is ArcServe was garbage. It turns out that ArcServe literally doesn't work. It isn't even capable of reading the on-stream tapes that it writes, even when they are not damaged. The issue doesn't affect the tapes written with the ADR50 drive, which is why I was able to recover those with the original software as well. But all of the tapes I've tested with the SC50 do not restore on the tape from the tape backup unless the PC which wrote the tape is the same PC to read the tape. What happens instead is it only reads like the first what is it, maybe 32 kilobytes of the file, something like that. Oh yeah, right down here, the first 32 kilobytes of the file. And the reason for this is because the PC which writes the tape stores a catalog of all of the tape information that it just wrote, like the tape file listing, and that's used when restoring from the backup. And they just had a bug where it wouldn't read that from the tape, so you couldn't successfully restore a backup unless you restored it on the same PC that wrote the tape. So ArcServe is supposed to be able to restore without that, and indeed it would tell me, give me a pop-up that would say restoration successful. But it only restored up to the first 32 kilobytes of every file on the tape. For an undamaged several gigabyte tape that takes 2 hours for ArcServe to read, it will only read about 1 megabyte of data total in 2 hours. So the goal, of course, is now to get the data into into something usable, so a .zip file. We have to completely cut out ArcServe from the picture. And since we have all of the raw data, if I can figure out how ArcServe formats the data, I could write my own software to create a zip file from the raw tape dumps. Thankfully, the arcserve format wasn't very complex, and I figured it out pretty quickly. However, there was a big problem that I started running into when I started looking at some of the large files that that I was getting, like the large files that were on the tape. They seemed kind of corrupted, and I spent quite a bit of time debugging and manually analyzing the tape dumps, and it eventually became clear that arcserve was using an undocumented mode for reading data from the tape. And the method is explained a bit in this this drive, and I had actually found the official on-stream driver development document describing how to write drivers for this drive, and this document not only did not document what arcserve was doing, it explicitly made the claim that it made claims that directly contradict things about what arcserve was doing. And the issue came down to the order of the data that I was getting in those raw tape dumps was not the order which the data was actually written to the tape. So I would send a read request, and I would get data in a different order than what it was written as. And so, if you think of the tape as a really long, continuous thing, this would be an example, or this would be an example of the. This would be the example of the pattern that the drive would write the data in on the physical tape. So like if you were physically holding a piece of tape and held it out in front of you, this is like the pattern that it would be following to write it. But arcserve had been abusing an undocumented feature to write it and read it like this. So a very long straight line instead of a bunch of small curvy lines is the idea. And so when I was reading it like this because that's what all the software to work with the on-stream tape drives did, except arcserve. There may have been more, but arcserve was the only one I could find. It was a completely undocumented feature which allowed arcserve to read and write data in a completely different physical pattern. I figured this out it was actually through reverse engineering the firmware of the drive itself. I was like, what's this command here do? Like, why does it look for this? Why does it look for this byte to be a certain value or something? And I looked further into it, and it turned out that it was to enable this undocumented mode. And I had to heavily modify both the driver and my software to read the tape, but after enough experimentation, I eventually got the layout figured out. And even then, there was still more issues. Even after fixing the data ordering, there was still some extra file corruption. This though didn't take much time to see that it was right in a certain part of the tape. A part of the tape where the driver documentation had said that no user data can be recorded there. Like, there was data in part of the tape that the driver documentation explicitly said nothing can possibly be here, and yet there was data there. So I modified the driver yet again to read that data where no user data can be recorded to match the behavior of arcserve. And then after months of reverse engineering arcserve, the drive firmware, and other garbage, the program worked, the data was saved, and source code for everything is available here. And here is a view of the data that was saved. Like, you can see it. It's all easy to access now, just in a zip file, and you can just access it like anything else. Yeah. You can't believe an entire tool got developed because the company was incompetent. Yeah.
Applaud
Yeah,
you.
This kind of stuff sounds harder to crack than actual government level national security. I hope that's not true. I have no idea. Yeah, in the end, the recovery was an unquestionable success. Thanks everybody who helped with the project, and there were a lot of people who helped with this. I don't want to give the impression that it was just me. Without your help, who knows how long it would have taken to get the data, or if the data would have even been recovered at all. All of the important data, such as the visual source safe repository backup, final game assets, tools, etc., were saved. The tape was the only backup for most of those things, and it completes Frogger 2's development archives, which are being released publicly right now. It might sound bad that approximately 12 gigabytes of the 15 databytes were recovered, but that's a little bit misleading. A couple thousand files were damaged, but they make up less than 5% of the total files on the tape. Nearly all of the damaged files, through extreme luck, were either found in backup CDs or duplicated on other parts of the tape. So there were only 15 files which were not perfectly recovered, and only one of them was noteworthy. A CD image of a PC game build from 1 month after the game was released. So pretty much a final copy of the game. So having recovered 58,149 out of the 58,164 files on the tape, this adventure can only be considered a success. And here's what the damage looks like, showing how significant the damage was and how lucky the recovery was. So right here, all the green is all the data that was read correctly, and all the red is something where there's damage. So you could see they ripped it in like several places. And there is actually some damage on there that I'm not sure if like I introduced this over my time working on it. Let's see if I can zoom this in. Some spots like right here, I don't know if I caused this. I might have, I might not have. There, the tape looks like it already was suffering some degree of degradation. But you can see like it's pretty clear where they ripped it. I have no idea how they managed to rip this much of it. Like if they just kept trying over and over and kept failing. But it's I think given how much red there is, it's really incredible that nothing important was lost. Like literally 0 bits of important data were lost.
Honestly, one of the luckiest data recovery situations you could possibly be in.
Yeah, very. And part of the reason, I should add, one of the reasons why the data survival was so high, why pretty much everything survived, is because the biggest files on the tape were the videos, the FMVs. Just rendered versions of the FMVs with no compression added, just like several bytes for every single pixel in a video. There were just tons of that was on the tape, and so what that meant is that most of these big sections were because it would go back and forth through the whole thing. It was actually covered by those videos. So and because the videos were backed up in other places, nothing was lost whenever a video got damaged. So it just it basically pushed most of the important data out to the edges of the tape, which was really really important for
So what you're
for
saying
that.
is ultimately there was a lot of data redundancy on the tape.
Yes,
and that
there
kind
was.
of made for a successful recovery
Yeah.
of all the important things.
Yeah, because there was a lot of redundancy on the tape in terms of the files. Like there were places where just lots of the tape were just written twice, and that was really good. And what that led to is that all of the important data which wasn't had somewhere else was completely safe. Yeah, now nobody can take issue with the FMVs. They saved the game. Yeah, they really did. Let's see here. Further technical details. Yeah, the hope is to share all the information we learned so that it might help somebody else and let those who are less experienced recover data too. Yeah, because remember this page we're looking at is actually part of a bigger documentation project where I really tried to get in depth. Like I included backups of like firmware. I included software that I wrote to like work with the data from the tapes and to actually dump the data. And there are all sorts of like pictures and stuff. Yeah, all sorts of documentation that I found, like stuff that has to do with the actual hardware that's on the tape, the driver spec documents. There was a lot of work that went into this. Since the initial post, was I able to recover more of that data? No, I haven't even attempted it. There's just no point. I could really try to read some of the damaged blocks and like recover an extra file or something, but I don't see the point because there are only 15 files that I couldn't perfectly byte recreate, like byte match the original version exactly. But they really don't contain anything that is like important, so it doesn't feel worth it to potentially damage this tape further over data that doesn't matter. Because I should also mention the tape started coming apart at a certain point where like it was clear that like it was just not as it didn't have the same degree of longevity that that you'd hope. Anyways, yeah, wow, to capture that much data from that is amazing. Yeah, genuinely surprised to see it survive. Yeah. Thanks for all the kind words. It was a lot of work, and I will say, in retrospect, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. Like, it at the time, I'd say there was definitely a degree of stress involved because knowing that like whatever I did had the chance to totally wreck the data, and yeah, never yeah, but I'm happy with the results. I think somehow, some way, this is pretty much just as good as if the tape had never been damaged. Maybe even better because I that was a pretty good experience and I learned a lot and it was fun. And I met some cool people through it. So yeah. All right. And what we can actually do now is because we have this tape, we can actually go through some of the stuff on the tape and look at what we can do with it. For example, the visual source safe backup. Let me pull that up real quick. Oh, have I not been sharing my screen this whole time?
No, you have been.
Okay. I saw it was black.
Yeah,
for a second there.
I've been watching the stream and following along. Following along as you've been talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So here we are back in Windows XP, and right here, this final 1804/2001.ssa file right here. This is one of the files that was on the tape. And this file is really awesome because if we open up our visual source safe right here, we can actually this is a part of this is a really old tool by Microsoft, and for non-programmers, it's basically a way for programmers to collaborate and share code together and keep it synchronized. It's not a very by today's standards, Visual Source Safe really kind of sucks. But and maybe even by 1999 2000s, it kind of sucked. But we can actually, it's okay. We can actually import this backup into a new thing. And what this will give us is the entire development history of the source code for the game. So what that means is we can actually go back and like every single day we can see like what changes were made on, I don't know, March 3rd, 2000. And we can see just how the game changed over time. We can get the source code to maybe even build a prototype on a certain day. And that's really big. And there's more than just that, because this backup here was the only backup of some of the PC version source code, which is important because PC version is probably going to be one of the best for modding, and it has the best frame rate, etc.
Did you tell them about your port?
Not yet. Let's see here.
Okay.
What's the account? I can't remember. There we go. It's admin.
Not to spoil it, but
Yeah,
really
yeah.
important.
Yeah, we're gonna. I'm gonna show that in a bit. So here we can actually see like the source code for the game, and it's a little bit messy actually. Like up here's the old version I mentioned before that was still using floating point numbers for everything, and it supported both PC and N64. And eventually they went through and updated it to this new one, which was for PC and PlayStation that used fixed point. And this is the version that actually eventually shipped with, you could see, files modified as late as August.
Responding to cab buses in the chat, the game was on Dreamcast. I just needed to say that.
Yeah, that's actually what I was just going to mention next. The Dreamcast port is actually a separate folder, separate code base technically than the PC and PlayStation versions as well. And so yeah, the source code for every single version is fully available. Any remnants of SDKs on here? No, not in the not in source safe, but there are some SDK stuff in some of the other backups. It was all stuff that's already been available though. So there wasn't too much. I did look a lot at the SDK stuff. But yeah. And even better, there's even source code for some of the tools used to like convert assets and such. So there's really everything here. Oh yeah, and their script compiler has the source code here. Yeah, very easy to see why people abandon this in favor of CVS, SVN, and Git. Yeah, I've got to say I really don't like SourceSafe after using it. I like how it exists. I like how we can convert stuff out of SourceSafe, but actually using it is not super fun. Maybe we can port it to the 32X. Yeah, go ahead.
Evil. It was evil, nasty. Yeah, as I just said in the chat there, still have nightmares today because when it went wrong, it went very wrong, and you could lose not hours but sometimes days just trying to rectify problems, trying to get the versioning back in sync. It was really painful. And unfortunately, back in those days, we didn't really have as many options as we have today in terms of repos. So we were kind of stuck with SourceSafe because it was, at the time, SourceSafe probably represented one of the better options available to us.
Yeah.
But there you go. Sorry for the interruption. Please carry on.
Oh, no worries. Absolutely interrupt me. Toy Kyle asks if there was anything about redacting certain private personal info before release for privacy of those that wish to remain anonymous. Yeah, it wasn't so much about remaining anonymous, but yeah, some things have been redacted, like an email backup, things that contain personal information of testers, like a home address and like phone number with like full name, and stuff like documents that contain little more than just like a signature on them. Just stuff that has pretty not super interesting, and stuff that didn't really serve that much value. In terms of the email backup, what we did was we anything that we felt had some degree of importance to the game, like anything that felt important has been included. And anything like a prototype or something has been taken out of the email backup and like is included in the release. It's just the email backups itself have been omitted. And that was by the request of the person who that email backup was for example. So like we wanted to respect their wishes. And Not Michael says I wonder what the first ever version is in this. Actually, it was very, very close to the first prototype we showed on this stream. So June 1999 is when this history starts, which is actually about is actually like 8 months or so after the code started ish, I think, at least. So that's a little disappointing that we don't have like the first 8 months, but we have the final final maybe 15 months or so. So it's still pretty great. I don't know why the original part is missing. I think I recall determining that they probably were using SourceSafe before it, but something happened to the SourceSafe server in June of '99, and they had to create a new one or something. It was the conclusion I think I came to.
Actually,
Mhm.
I'm not sure I ever mentioned this, but we were actually using another system prior.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot remember what system it was.
Huh.
But yeah, the move was made mid-project to use SourceSafe around about June time 1999. So that's why there are no earlier versions of the code in SourceSafe. You've got pretty much the entirety right there.
Yeah, that's really good to know. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. That answers that, I guess. Yeah, so because SourceSafe um is pretty atrocious. What I've actually done is I've gone ahead and I've converted the SourceSafe repository into a Git repository, which will become public later today. And that retains all of the commit history for anybody who cares about that. And everything. So it's possible to view it in a more modern environment with, well, with access to any Git tools that we use today. The original one is of course still going to be available. The Git conversion is just provided for convenience reasons. The From here, this VSS backup is really important because it let us do something. We in this release we have included the Frogger 2 enhanced PC port, which means we have upgraded the PC port from the original to fix things such as compatibility issues, and maybe we've even added a couple of interesting features. Let me see if I can switch back here. And okay, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't test this beforehand, and I'm in a virtual machine here, so this may not work at all. Oh, well, apparently the ISO isn't even valid. What I was hoping to do is show the actual enhanced PC port, but let's see here. Do I have an easy way to deal with that? Let's see. Perhaps I might. Yeah, 1 second here. Don't worry, you're sure the community will get this running in 8K with ray tracing enabled in a month or so. How much roughly in size are those FMVs each? Well, it really depends. It depends entirely on the encoding settings, because each FMV is there in like 50 different formats. Not really 50, but there are so many different copies of the FMVs that that it's a lot. If you're asking about the ones that are on the tape, those were each several hundred megabytes each, with some upwards of a gigabyte. So they were quite large, and especially considering how short they were. Let's see here. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for my rip of that, and that is on my other computer. Poop. Maybe this will work.
I'm also kind of scrambling around trying to figure out if I've got an install of the game already. I have an outdated version of the port though, so I don't know if I'd be much help.
That's okay. Okay, this is not, this is an extracted copy of the game files. I don't know if this is a... Oh, here we are. I have my rip here. If I just save this as an ISO... Geez, I was beginning to wonder if those would have inevitably need compressing for the PC port, or the enhanced PC port. Yeah, we used the original original video files with it, but they're actually fairly high quality, or at least compared to the full ones. Let's see. Okay, this does not want to let me save it as an ISO. Is it because I have CD audio? No. Alright, well, let's check this one real quick. Maybe, why is it looking for that? Yeah, this is a copy of stuff as used for an old fixed version of the game that incorporated some of the fixes. So why is it looking for that? Okay. Well,
To respond to Toy Kyle in the chat, there is a whole different set of stories and conversation topics about Frogger 1 that we will be
Yes.
having at another stream.
Yeah.
Frogger 1 is going to also get its own dedicated block of time. It is fractionally, in my opinion, as interesting as Frogger 2, considering we don't have as much development data to go off of, but we do have a lot more than the average amount than a game has. I would say that much.
Yeah, I think Frogger 1 is actually quite interesting. Because we'll be able to, there's a lot more visual differences, like very stark differences between the prototypes, and we have so many of them that we can really show a lot of differences. So that will be a way more gameplay oriented showcase.
Yeah, we don't.
But,
the thing about Frogger 2 is that we've got a lot more to talk about in regards to the data associated with the game, and not many actual prototypes to show for it. Like, there's probably a handful of prototypes for Frogger 2 that are actually, tangible image files. But Frogger 1, we mostly just have tangible image file dumps of each build.
Yeah,
But they go
it's-
back a really, really long ways to the very early stages of development, and so like it kind of covers the whole development history of that game, despite only having, binary code.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that that it was like 5 months between like the first line of code and the game releasing. That's a little bit of a simplification on my part. There's a little bit more to it than that, uh, but the and over that 5 month period of time, we have almost like 70 prototypes. So that's a build like every other day at points. And consider how like in a month, 2 days of every week are like a weekend. So there, for a 5 month period, having that many prototypes, and for that to cover the entire like game's development, they were working very fast. Things changed very fast, and it was very uh it looked pretty chaotic and hectic, but it all came together. So
That is a stream we'll be doing. If we have Hidden Palace's blessing,
yeah,
we'll be doing a very similar stream to this one. That'll be Frogger 1 centric, as well as Frogger on Game Boy and Game Boy Color. That's another topic that probably is going to need to be shelved into another video discussion or stream discussion.
right.
But I do think that we'll cover all of Frogger 1 a lot faster than 2, so you'll be able to put both of those topics in one stream, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. While I'm working on trying to get my Frogger thing transferred. In the meantime, let's cover some other stuff, maybe slightly differently. Regarding the 15 corrupted files, will there be a text file mentioning where those are in the archive? Yes. There are several text files in the release with the end of project tape, and I think they're pretty extensive, describing pretty much everything. Like it goes down to, for the recovered files, it lists where the replacements were obtained from, how it was all verified, etc. And like it has logs from like the tool that I wrote to turn the raw tape dumps into a text file and such. So it should be pretty extensive in terms of the information regarding tape damage and such. Yeah. Let me real quick actually pull up the tape.
Would you like me to try and get the enhanced port working? If you could maybe send me over the exe file, I could very quickly get that working in a little in my
Sure.
Moonlight real quick.
There's a little more I want to send you than the exe. Let me see how much data that is real quick.
Because if you have other things that you want to show, I'm just thinking about the sake of time, because I do have to get going soon.
Yeah. Well, I am nearly at the end of our list, so I think that we're pretty close. And yes, I will send that to you if yeah. Okay, I'm sending you almost 400 megabytes. I don't have I'm not logged into anything currently where I can upload stuff real quick. Upload it to the I'll give it a public link. I'm actually not on the computer that I uploaded things from, so I don't even have that that ready.
What's the data that's necessary besides the executable? Is it the music?
Let's see here. There is well, there's the instructions, which you don't need. There's the executable. There's a folder for music and video, because some of the some of the improvements have to do with like, well, you no longer need a CD to play the game, and a lot of the issues came from like CD audio, for example. So while we've both enhanced the CD audio and fixed issues with it, we also now let you just like put WAV files into a folder, and the game will read that instead if you like provide that. Same with like the videos. So it's just like overall just making it a lot smoother to get it working. Fixes like no longer reading stuff from the registry, which caused all sorts of issues and led to compatibility problems. Yeah. A bit surprised there's an unreleased final PAL Dreamcast port. Yeah, I was too. There the NTSC it was only released as an NTSC game on the Dreamcast, Frogger 2, but there was a final PAL version that was created, and there are even documents about the submission to Sega. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly try and cover the remaining things. Right, so we have game pitches, some commercials, and like press stuff, and also the one of the options is like we could tour some of the stuff that's on the tape. I know that Hellfire has to get going pretty soon, so we're kind of wrapping things up at this point. But so that means ask any questions you want, and remember we have a Discord server too. No pressure, of course, if you're not that interested in Frogger, but yeah, we do stuff. So where were we? The thing we wanted to check was this. So here's a commercial, or not a commercial. This is a promotional video.
That city gameplay, do we have the prototype that came from?
I think so. I'm not 100%. And here's another earlier one that's kind of interesting. Somebody says that they swear they've seen this on an OPM demo disc. That is very possible. If that is true, I don't know which one. I don't think. I don't think the. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, true. The song used in here is an unused song from Frogger 1.
I'm actually having trouble installing Frogger 2 to the machine that I'm running Moonlight through. So I don't know if that's going to end up happening tonight.
That's okay.
Even if so, I mean, you've announced that there is a port, and you can pretty much expect that it will have the features that you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily something that showing it will really change much.
Right. Like, well, one of the things I wanted to show is that a lot of the issues with the original game are actually very visually apparent. And it's just it looks perfect when you use the enhanced version. So it's a very visual difference, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, there are tons of features in the enhanced one, and it's all written in a README. Here's a commercial for Frogger 2, actually.
No matter how dangerous the adventure,
Somebody prep for ER right now!
no matter how villainous the villain,
I feel like they had this exact same commercial for Frogger 1.
he'll risk it all. Because he's back in Frogger 2, Swampy's Revenge, an all-new hoppin' adventure with more mayhem, obstacles, and villains than ever before. Rated E for everyone. Frogger 2 for PlayStation Game Console, Dreamcast, and PC CD-ROM. Windows 95 or higher.
I think we lost him.
Yeah. Yeah, Frogger 1 had very similar advertisements. This one is actually kind of a sequel to the first commercial. Yeah. For what it's worth, I guess. Is this a work print version of the commercial? I believe it is, technically. Oh wait, that promo was on VHS broadcast. I am not entirely sure what that means, actually. But yeah, I do believe it is a work print because of this screen at the start. The actual version that you can find on YouTube and such is in full color, so it's pretty much exactly the same as this, though. It just without the screen at the start and the
No matter how dangerous the
and the time code at the bottom,
For ER right now!
and
no
that
matter
it's in
how
color.
villainous the villain.
All right.
Somebody made a good, or sorry, Andy made a good point in the chat that he has a few videos of the enhanced port on his YouTube you could play to kind of show off and exemplify the things
True.
that have been done.
Yeah.
It's not
Let's see
necessarily
here.
the newest build that has everything, but it's at least something, right?
Yeah, something like this. I can't actually hear it, so I don't know if the volume's too bad. These textures, these high-res textures, we haven't gotten. Andy hasn't shared them, so they're not in the release. But I think they look crazy good for when if we do ever finish that. But we can see here that like it's Frogger 2, and should I make it full screen? Actually, maybe I should. And like it looks like the normal game, which is what it's supposed to do, because there are just all sorts of graphical issues if you try to play this game without the thing. The game will not even open sometimes due to some registry shenanigans. It won't detect your graphics card sometimes. There are issues playing the music, and we've added things like the option to have a debug mode, so you can actually access that level editor that we showed earlier. And there are also sorts of debug menus and features like unlocking all levels and stuff like being able to load textures from directly from bitmap files. We've done stuff to fix delta timing issues, so running the game at high frame rates works. You can run it at high resolutions. It's pretty solid, I think. It's definitely not perfect. I will say that. Like I am aware of very many remaining issues that we have not attempted to address yet. But yeah. Where does Frogger go when is this running at like 2x speed or something? No. Where does Frogger go in when it shows this results screen? I don't know that I understand the question entirely. He's wherever this is. This is the hypothetical void, I guess.
There's also a video I put up on there showing off the ultra widescreen support.
Oh yeah, let's see.
I think on the right side, one just off the top of the screen there.
Ah,
Yeah. So some of the textures incorrect aspect ratio, but it will happily run widescreen, ultra
yeah.
widescreen.
Yeah, you can see like off of the edge where there's nothing 3D modeled. But yeah, this looks good. The music is skipping in the video. Yeah, I can't actually hear it, but this video is like from when we were working on stuff, so I don't know if the music skipping is uh what would be going on there, but I see that it looks like it's playing from CD, so it could even be something like the CD itself is scratched up. Can you do ultra or wide vertical as well for the mobile phone punks?
What's one for the future?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I guess with that, that'll be thanks for tuning in, everybody. I really enjoyed the stream, showing all this Frogger 2 dev stuff, and all of this and much more is all going to be available. I think later today on Hidden Palace, and later it will be on archive.org as well.
Thank you for tuning in, everybody. This has been great.
Yeah, likewise. Just like to thank you for inviting me along, and thank you, Nee, for all your efforts, along with all those who've supported you. And Hellfire, thank you for presenting. And yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed being a part of this stream. So thank you, guys. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us.
Yes,
My
thank you
absolute
for all
pleasure.
your insights
A pleasure.
and your stories, and it's all such a beautiful thing, in my opinion.
All right, and with that, I think we can end the stream.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everybody.
guys. Thank you, everyone. All the very best. Thank you.
All right. I think I don't know if our audio is still being shared, but
It is.
yeah.